Okay, the March board meeting is now called to order. Recall that this meeting was moved by the directors to allow more freedom with spring break, so it's 1 week early. I think that means that some of the materials that we'll cover won't be as long as normal, particularly the financial report, so we may be able to get through it in pretty good time. The agenda doesn't look too bad. With that said, I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda and then see if there's anything that we need to move around. Can anybody make that motion?
Kohler will make the motion to approve the agenda.
All right, a motion is made to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second. I missed by who it was.
John Witchell.
John Witchell. Thank you, John. Is there any discussion or anything that anybody would like to have moved around in the agenda? Okay, and go ahead.
Yeah, this is Kirsten. Yeah, I didn't get the broadband meeting notes in because we had the meeting yesterday. So I would like to do just a verbal of that when we get to that section. When we get to, and I don't know, because I didn't submit them, I didn't see it in the agenda itself.
Well, it is Broadband Committee update. I've got as 10:45.
I see it there.
Time, so we'll be good on that.
Okay, I see it. We're good. Thank you.
And Jessica, so far as you're able to tell, we have a MAT coming on at 1 p.m. Is that the latest you've heard?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we're good for that. All right. I don't see any changes to the agenda, so I'm looking for you to all unmute and say aye at this time if you approve the agenda.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed approval? And any abstentions? All right, the agenda is approved. The next item that we go to this time is our member comments and concerns. Now, let's see. The first thing I'll get to before I open that up to any of the attendees. Oh, wait, I ought to see if any attendees are over there related to this. We received a letter from Dave Thompson Ignacio. I think many of us know Dave. He used to attend quite a few of our meetings. You had a chance to read that letter. Jessica, do you have any comment on what Dave wrote and if there's anything we need to talk about?
Yeah, and the best people to probably answer that one is Jerry, because Jerry's been working with him, or Graham. But we do have policy in place that deals with these types of issues. So Graham or Jerry, do you want to chime in just to give a summary?
Okay, and Jerry, if you would, just what is up with this issue? I know we all read the letter, but the people on it haven't heard it, so go ahead.
It was just loss of power, and it was unknown for around 2 weeks as he was in the mountains. When he returned, he lost his freezer, and we do have AMI meters in place. However, one of our procedures is if it happens after normal working hours and it is a single meter that reports out, we require verification most of the time through dispatch, contacting the member to verify that they are out of power. Reason being, we used to go check every single one, and some would false report outages. And due to that, some of our linemen would show up on a outage, meter reporting out, yet it was a false report. The member had power and guns were drawn on our linemen. So for the safety of our linemen, that's why we require verification. If we can't verify, then we assume that it's a false report. Now, in this case, we submitted his claim to our insurance, and we do have policy in place stating that if it is a natural cause of any means, then we won't cover it.
Was this a natural cause of any means wouldn't cover it? So the insurance company denied it then?
Correct. The insurance company denied it, and it does occur quite often with members losing equipment, appliances, And we have quite a few claims, and the only time that they're ever covered if it's negligence on our part.
Okay, that's interesting about the AMI meters reporting it, but we're not always following up on it because of some incidents like that. Is that something that needs to be reviewed further as for procedures?
It is being reviewed right now because of Mr. Thompson's situation. We have put some special notes on his meter specifically stating that we will have a lineman go check because he is the only meter on that tap. And he is in the mountains a lot of the time. And we also added more forms of contact. So when he is in the mountains, there's more phone numbers than just his cell phone to reach now.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, and just for the instance of this particular complaint, you did follow the protocol. It sounds like you did try to reach out to him. It's just when you didn't, we just didn't go further because of everything. Okay, thank you.
That's right. And Jerry actually was good enough to write up a memo. So I can send that to the board afterwards, citing our policy, and Graham is inserting the legal language to that. So I'll send that to you guys later today or tomorrow.
All right, does anybody else on the board want to comment about Dave Thompson's letter? Okay, we have then attendees. Anybody who is attending can raise their hand, and Drew will unmute you and move you over so that you can speak. Please tell us who you are and where you live. So that just helps us get an idea where you're from as far as, and also being if you're a member or not. And then try and be as brief as possible to get across what it is you want to say, but not taking up too much time, if that makes sense. So Drew, if you would go ahead and bring the first speaker over.
Okay, Mrs. Schischler, we're ready for you.
Good morning, board and broadband committee members. I'll try to be as brief as possible. What I want to do, my name is Deborah Schischler. I'm from District 2, and I am a member. The Fiber Broadband Association offers weekly webinars. So I sat in on two interesting ones that I thought might be of interest to you a few weeks ago. The first analyzed the quality of the FCC broadband auction using Starlink's model as an example, since that's going to be covered in some of our areas here. I'd like to share a few notes in my takeaway with you. The fixed wireless auction is over, and it's understood that what the FCC needs, a credible analysis. This is an analytical framework for the FCC to see what can be done with broadband. The integrity of the auction is based on this. There are lots of questions to see what the system is and isn't capable of doing. The hope is for transparency. Submissions will set the standards. FBA comment. With fiber, you know what you're getting. Anything else is a question. With the FCC, how do you make sure you're going to get what's promised? As you stress the network more and more, can satellite deliver? If not, consumers will be stranded until the next auction. FCC only knows 3 to 4 years in whether they can deliver. It is not a conclusion, only data. There were questions on the capacity of the network. Satellite 20G capacity. Is this without constraints? Does it lack spectrum? And Starlink did not consider interference with this model. Starlink itself or interference with other services. The auction went to the bidder with the highest performance tier. That undermined the integrity of the auction. It shouldn't be about the bidders. It should be about the quality of the bidders. Consumers must realize the promises made to them. The FCC put no limit on Starlink's bid areas with an unrealized model. FBA's most important question was, what do we want our networks to look like when they grow up? What do we want our customers to have? Future auctions should be based on fiber first. The FCC needs to be scrutinizing these applications, making sure they can do what they promise. How many of these biddings will fall short? This webinar put the FCC on full display. Their priorities, their lack of attention to detail, and their intention of any product over a quality product. The consumer is and has been the victim for too many years. This is not what consumers put their faith in when looking for dependable broadband. The second webinar was on the story of fiber in Chattanooga and its cost-benefit analysis. You all are already familiar with the outstanding fiscal report after a decade of fiber optics in Chattanooga. I'd like to expand on that by sharing savings that add up to big bucks that come directly from the gigabyte speed. Amazon loses $1 billion with the loss of 1 bandwidth a second. Faster speeds equate to big dollar savings for businesses in Chattanooga, saving $356 per employee per day, just with the speed of fiber. During the pandemic, telehealth increased 8,000 times over. 40 to 50% of appointments were done virtually. The hospital radiologists saved 1,000 hours per radiologist with the gigabyte speed. Chattanooga stated that they can't even fully measure all the effects that the gigabyte speed has had on the community. I agree that those results are impressive, but that is not what stood out to me most with this project. Jim Ingraham, the VP of Strategic Research for EPB, shared behind the scenes information that spoke to me. The true economic value of fiber installation is much greater than the cost. When they were considering the project in Chattanooga, Hamilton County, Tennessee, Bell South and Comcast were the providers. EPB was made to feel like they were infringing. There was a lot of pushback, politically and legally. These two giants tried to stop them, but EPB decided to go to the people and asked. Across the board, in their discussions, cable internet was getting more expensive and the service was getting worse. I personally can relate. They're not concerned about the quality of service. Their allegiance is to their stockholders. EPB listened to the people, and the quality of service and quality of the technology have paid off in spades. The LPEA members are speaking up in the same way that the people of Chattanooga did. The petition to bring fiber to LPEA members is nearing 450 signatures and still growing in number. I want to thank
Deborah, you've got just a few seconds left of the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead and wrap
All
up.
I wanted, thank you so much. All I want to do is thank you guys. I want to thank the Broadband Committee and the board for taking the time to study all these possibilities so thoroughly before your recommendation in August. Thanks, you guys.
Okay, thanks, Deb. Next, Drew, if you would bring over the next speaker.
Okay, Ms. Vandover, you're up.
Hi, I probably should have spoken just before Deborah because what I don't think I sent the entire report to the board, just to the committee, and I know some of the committee didn't get a chance to read this, but it's the Chattanooga, Tennessee Fiber to the Premises, their study that they did looking back over the 10-year period. So I'm just going to read their economic summary of the value that they received. So this study computes the realized economic value of fiber optic infrastructure in Hamilton County and the city of Chattanooga over a roughly 10-year period from 2011 to March 2020. Our estimates show that the economic value of the fiber optic infrastructure minimally exceeds $2.69 billion and 9,516 jobs over the study period. The value exceeds the cost of the project by over $2.2 billion, or by a factor of 4.42. Roughly 40% of all jobs created in Hamilton County in the study period can be attributed to the fiber infrastructure. That was 40% of the jobs in the county. Approximately 52% of the value of the infrastructure is manifested in local economic development. That is over $1.4 billion in new investments, startup funding, real estate development, and payments in lieu of taxes. The Fiber Smart Grid has generated 28% of the estimated value in just over 8 years from 2012. The remainder of calculated value stems from business efficiencies, household and community effects. Each county resident is estimated to have benefited by $646 per year due to the incremental value generated by the fiber optic infrastructure. So I continue to point out to you folks that the corporation's fiduciary duty is to make a profit for the stockholders. That often means less quality and higher costs to the customers. And we have seen that telecom companies, including CenturyLink, that were supposed to provide fiber to the premises to Coloradans, fraudulently diverted $500 billion to 5G development instead in the regulator's case against the FCC. And that was just over a 10-year period. They actually diverted more. So in order to see the type of economic growth that Chattanooga has, we need member-owned co-ops to bring fiber to the premises where the customer's needs are put first, not stockholders' profits. Fiber to the premises will help our communities recover from the shutdowns that the COVID has brought. So we are strongly recommending that LPEA do this project and pursue getting the regulators' money that our Colorado is due in order to help fund this. Let me see if I can get back to Zoom.
Well, Nancy, you just got less than a minute, so go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay, that's pretty much it. I'm just saying that the value, it's more than great internet, and also the things that our member-owned fiber can bring that I've also brought to the options that we have that LPEA has to be able to potentially grow, to have grid management, potential solar microgrid systems in the future, and the EMA metering systems that we can only have if we have member-owned fiber. Not that you have to do that, but you can't do that if you've got private companies owning that fiber.
Okay, Nancy, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Are there any other of our 9 attendees who would like to speak? If so, figure out how to raise your hand on that indicator, and Drew will bring you over. I'm not seeing any, so I take it we've got it covered. Okay, well then I am going to move on to the next item of the agenda, and that is the consent board items. There are 4 of those: the minutes, accepting new members, capital credit payments to the estates, and the monthly write-offs. And if there are some changes to the minutes after we've made a motion, you can get those stated. Fortunately, quite a few of those were handled via email, which I think is an excellent way. So this time I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent board items.
So moved by Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel. Is there a second?
Second by Kohler.
Thank you, Kohler. That's very nice when you say moved by who you are and second by who you are. I think that really will help Janelle get the minutes put together as well. Let's try and stick to that. Okay, we've got a motion to approve these and a second. Is there any discussion on the consent board items or any changes to the minutes that you've seen in the last minute? Okay, nothing being heard. All those who would approve, oh, I see I'm in the wrong screen, so I missed that. Excuse me, I saw Glide. Thanks for your hand, Tim. Go ahead.
I just want to note that I did send in some corrections a couple days ago to the minutes. When I refreshed, or when I downloaded the board agenda this morning, it was actually about 30 pages shorter than the one I downloaded yesterday afternoon. So I don't know whether those changes were put in the direct report or not, but I just wanted to note that I had made those so that the minutes that are under that consent item you might have a notation that the minutes have been updated. So.
Okay, my assumption is that any of the corrections sent in via email will be put in the final official minutes.
Right.
And unless there's some response that we'd have gotten right away from that, then that's part of what I'm thinking is going to happen. All right, any more discussion on this motion for the consent board items? Okay, all those who are in favor of the motion to approve these items, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any who abstain? Okay, those were passed unanimously. Oh, just get the right page again. Okay. Next is the CEO and staff reports. Jessica will lead off the division dashboard. I show this starts on page 14.
Good morning. So I will share my screen. All right. Can everyone see that? Okay.
Yes.
To start off, Hillary's team has done a great job on these dashboards, and her staff, Jenny, has gone out and taken pictures of our line workers at work. So we were kind of joking about this one. Looks like he's about to fall over, but he's not. He's very safe, but they are headed out to go work on the line. So I don't know if many of you know, but a lot of our infrastructure is located outside of roads, or if there are roads and we get a big storm, there's no plowing. So we do have to get out there through either snow equipment like snowmobiles or even snowshoes. They do have to get through. So I thought that was kind of fun to see. All right, so we'll just walk through the dashboard as we usually do. This page is key performance indicators. So as you can see, everything is a green check except for one, and that is cash reserves. We are low on that, but Carl is going to discuss after I go through the dashboard why that's low and where we are at today. So any questions on this? Okay, I'll keep going. So again, we are going to February highlights. And as I bring up every time, this new dashboard is reporting on our North Star, which are these main highlights. This is the next page, executive reports. One thing that I've been working on in the region is building back up a CEO network. So what I've learned from Carrie Siggins, she's the CEO of, oh, now I'm blanking on the name, but it's the mining company in town, the equipment that cleans mining equipment. Stone Age, thank you. We get together probably once or twice a month and just talk about leadership and the region. And she mentioned to me that there was a CEO network that was built a few years ago, and then it stopped a few years ago. So I volunteered to start it back up, and I'm now partnering with Mike French at La Plata County Economic Development Alliance. And we'd like to do the same thing in Archuleta County, but for right now, we've had our first one in the Durango, La Plata area. So as you can see, we had just a number of folks on that call. We are trying not to make it too big because we want it to be really a focus group that talks about how do we work together to be stronger in our community. But again, you know, leadership opportunities, what do we learn from each other? So it was a great first call. As you can see, I won't go through everybody, but I think some of you recognize some of them. Tom from Fort Lewis College, we have Ska Brewery, Chris from Several Birds, several other different, we had Al from the railroad. I can't remember his name, but he's the new CEO of the hospital. So it was a good group of people, and we'll keep expanding that. The next thing is Dan and I have actually been working to do LPEA introductions. So we've had a few new county commissioners. Jose is the new city manager. We are getting over to Archuleta County as well, Ignacio. So we're doing an LPA 101 presentation, and that's one that you have already seen. And this just goes through a short slide deck of who we are, where our power comes from, and then we do have one slide that we added recently about reliability, just because we get a lot of questions from our community members about what are we doing to keep our system reliable now that what happened in Texas. So we are trying to target groups once a month, and Hillary's got that list. So if you have any recommendations, let me know, or if you know of community groups that would like to hear. We've just started. So we also hit the Southern Ute Tribe, La Plata County, the city, and we've got a lot more on our list. Any questions on that?
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. I really am encouraged by your trying to revive the CEO network. I think that's a really good move. I was just curious whether nonprofits would be a part of that. If it's not a CEO, but say a director of a nonprofit or something, would you consider that kind of thing in there, or is it just for business?
Well, that's a great question, because Mike French had it in there that we would not include nonprofits. It was more business focused, but I did challenge him a bit on that, because I think, for example, Local First has their pulse on the community, and so that would be helpful. So I believe that the CEO network is going to address that at our next meeting and see if that would be of interest to the group. I think it would. I'm just not sure what the other CEOs feel.
Just as an aside, President Stridicus is the CEO of a nonprofit and as an educational institution. The other is, I was thinking of San Juan Basin Health, perhaps.
Yeah,
So,
actually, to your point, that would probably be helpful.
all right, thank you. That's all my comment.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Very valid. Yeah.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, Jessica, I was just wondering, that slide deck, where is that? Is that housed anywhere we can see it?
Hillary, do you know if that's on our website anywhere for the public to see? If not, we can go ahead and send that over to you.
Okay.
You know what? It might be something that could be kept again on our shared drive, because I know you're going to be changing it now and then. So I don't know that you need a public version on the website, but it is something the directors might want to look at now and then. And so if you would keep a version somewhere on our shared drive in a logical place, I think that would be helpful.
We could definitely do that. So maybe Dan, you can ship that over to the shared drive. Good point.
And then send us a link for it.
And if folks would like to use this basic slide deck, if any of you do presentations, let us know, because we can make sure we put in the full board. We put in the districts, but we should probably have a slide on who represents each of the districts, Dan. And that way the board can use it if you all need to do presentations yourself.
Holly, go ahead.
I would like to just say that I really appreciate your work on building relationships in the community. It's really great to see. I also like the idea of having that LPEA 101 slide deck available on the website if possible, because often I will link to certain things on our website. So is it built kind of as a self-explanatory type deck, or does it require explanation?
Well, Dan does such a great job of presenting it that maybe what we should do is present it to you so that you can take notes, and then you would be able to present it. So as most slide decks, this one doesn't have all the background information. So we can possibly put it in the notes, Dan. I don't know if that would be helpful, so that you can read the notes and then understand each of the slides, but it should be pretty self-explanatory. The last slide on reliability, that one's a little bit more tricky, but if you just read Dan Harm's op-ed or the information that we're putting out about reliability, that would explain that slide.
And I think it's all material that you've seen before as well. A lot of it came from the town hall meetings. It's not a real long slide deck. Just grab some of the key points from the town hall slides. That's pretty much what it is. But we'll put it out there on the committee or on the Google Drive.
Thank you.
Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, this just kind of piggybacks because I think obviously this deck is really targeted to elected officials and folks kind of coming in from that realm, but it does raise a question in my mind. I know we've talked in the past about just general broadening but strategic community engagement. And maybe Hillary, when you do your report, if you can just give us any sort of updates or thoughts on where that's headed or what progress has been made.
All right.
Okay, Jessica, go ahead.
Okay, so now this is be safe and excellent in all we do. So I will kick that over to Nadine.
Good morning, everybody. We had one incident in the month of February, and that was at a neighboring hotel. There was a police incident, and they ended up using our parking lot as a staging area. And so it was just another opportunity for us to think about keeping our building safe. So we're just really grateful for everybody that was here and how they responded. So that went great. And fortunately, everything went well. It was a happy ending to that incident. As far as COVID, as a staff, we're still doing great. No positive COVID cases. So we're pretty excited about that. Our staff's doing great. Still working from home, staggering crews, working on everything we can do to keep each other safe. And that's it for me.
All right, any questions for Nadine?
Not seeing any.
Okay. All right, the next one is Drew.
So this network security bullet, I know it's a lot of technical jargon, but basically what it is we're able to register our domain so that when another entity receives email from us, they know that it came from us, what address it comes from. And on the flip side, we can validate emails that we receive. So it really just kind of helps combat spam and malware being spread to our network. We've done this on our secondary domain, lpea.com. And our next step will be to do that on the lpea.coop domain. It's going to be a little bit more complicated, but this just kind of helps save us a little time and headaches in the form of spam.
Drew, does that have any effect on outsiders trying to mimic LPA when they try and cause our members problems?
Yes, that does, because what we do is we register and we say that these addresses are the only place that you should expect to receive email from LPEA from. And so if a spammer sends from a different address, that can be either flagged or rejected depending on how the receiving end is set up.
And by address, I assume you mean IP address?
That's correct.
Okay, that sounds real good. I appreciate that effort.
Yep.
And the next one is also Drew's.
So we do regular phishing tests, and just wanted to mention that we're continuing to do that. Let's see, on the last one, our phishing test, we had 3 people click them, which came out to 2.6%. That's a pretty good rate. And it really depends on how difficult the tests are as far as how many people end up clicking them. But we feel like this has been a really good exercise, and employees are learning a lot because of it. So it's been good.
You target those to directors as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So we always appreciate it whenever you receive an email that just doesn't look right. If you're questioning it, definitely ask about it.
Okay, Tim's got a question. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all the security, but I've also noticed that I have to constantly check the spam or junk folder because legitimate addresses of people who are trying to contact me through that lpa.coop address get thrown into the junk folder or spam folder, and I wonder if there's a way that I can flag those or something, or we can do something that allows that. But it doesn't have to be right now, but I'm
Sure.
not sure if other directors are having that same issue or anybody else, but I've noticed.
Yeah, That's always a challenge because we can tune these systems to be more or less aggressive, and of course there's pros and cons. Anytime you receive legit emails that are landing in spam, if you'd like any help whitelisting those, feel free to forward those my way, and we can use that to tune our filters.
So it would need to be whitelisted by you in the IT department.
Well, there's a few different places where it can land in spam. If it's landing in, if like say you're running Outlook and it's doing the filtering, you can tune it on your own if it's landing in that spam folder. If you're getting like something from our proof point filter, there should be a place where you can whitelist there. But I would say just work with me first and I can give you suggestions on the best way to deal with it moving forward.
Great, thank you, Drew.
You bet.
All right, and Drew will actually be going into more detail on cybersecurity. We usually would have it under my section of CEO reports, but because it's critical information, we have to put it in executive session. So we'll be doing that later today. All right, the last one is Nadine.
We've been really excited. We've launched a peer recognition program and had a lot of great feedback. We're looking at highlighting one of our values from the Code of Excellence each month. So continuous improvement was last month, and employees really had a lot of fun recognizing each other, and then those that were recognized really appreciate it. So we're pretty excited about that, looking for ways to value or really put focus on what we value. And that's it for me. Any questions? It looks like our screen changed, Jessica. Oh, you're back. Okay.
No
Did we
questions,
lose you,
Dean.
Jessica?
Jessica, I see a funny green box arrow by her name, which I'm not sure what means.
Okay, I'm not sure what's happening. Let me stop sharing. I'm going to start again.
Right,
Maybe I got hacked all of a sudden.
The green box just shows that she's sharing her screen.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so the next is winter storms. And so Garrett is going to take the first box.
Good morning. I'm sure you all remember the winter storm we had a few weeks ago. Everyone involved did a phenomenal job of restoring power to our members. I'll just briefly give you an idea of some of the stuff going on behind the scenes in some of these outages. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot to keep track of. Dispatch was talking to crews scattered all over both counties, talking to guys in Chromo, Aspen Springs, Vicedo, downtown Durango, back and forth. This crew's done with this. What else do they have to do? This crew needs help. They need more material. At the same time, dispatch's phone is just ringing off the hook. Texts are going back and forth. Emails are being sent out. Meters are reporting out of power. The phone keeps ringing. Alarms are going off. There's just a lot of communication that goes on in these outages. Dispatch is strategically rotating crews. So, one crew's out all night, send them home, bring in some fresh guys. So there's a lot going on. In a nutshell, there's a lot to keep track of. All said and done, it was a tremendous team effort to get the power restored quickly and more importantly, as safe as possible. So that's all I have on that.
All right, and the next is Jerry.
Our system maintenance had yet gotten lost in the works for a while. I'm talking like years, and it had piled up. And so our line manager has been doing a phenomenal job of coordinating the crews and getting caught up on these maintenance projects. Most of them have been reject polls. They piled up and he's coordinating the crews and they're knocking them out, and we're getting caught up on them because every year it just keeps building and keeps building. So we have to get to that point where we are maintaining, and he's doing a great job doing that.
Jerry, if you would call out his name, we would appreciate it.
Toby Allred.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great work there. Any other questions on this slide? The next one a bit goes hand in hand with this because we received so many support messages from the last storm. The guys really did an amazing job of getting the power on quickly for people. So we just wanted to show you, Hillary's done a really good job of promoting this with getting out there, getting pictures of the crews working. And I think, Rachel, you asked at one point, how do our crews know? And Jerry makes sure, and Garrett, that they get this feedback. They are looking on Facebook. We also have an internal thing called Yammer that internally folks are saying, good job, kudos. So they are definitely getting the word. So this was just great. It's always nice to see good Facebook posts, positive ones supporting each other.
Yeah, particularly I recognize some of the names as people who have maybe not been so positive in the past. So yes, very much nice to see that.
Yeah. So we encourage positiveness. All right.
And you made Miss Shane's parrot very happy. Thank you.
Good. Yes.
I really like that message.
Yeah. Okay. The next one is Dan.
Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. I just want to give you a quick update on the RFP process. We are continuing down that road, forming that up to give us the maximum amount of flexibility that we can, and just exploring a couple of different options there. We'll be bringing some more information to you at the next board meeting on how that's going.
Dan, remind us of tentatively, what do you think the month might be where such an RFP would go out?
It would be late May or early June when that would be, because we would send in our application in maybe the second week of May. I'm hoping the allocation will be made then by the end of May, early June. Once we know that allocation, we'd be able to send out a RFP on how to fill it.
All right, we've got a question from Sue, I guess, on just the first part you've hit. Sue, go ahead.
Actually, it's on the next two. So if you
Okay,
want,
hang on until.
Yeah.
I'll take on, I think, the second one there too as well. Just we continue to discuss multiple opportunities with local solar and utility scale solar developers. It's good to see we aren't turning anyone down. We aren't, they want us to put them in a queue. We don't necessarily have a queue, but there are a lot of potential projects that I would say are shovel ready that would be ready to engage with us when the time is appropriate.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that as well. So for the last 2 days, I've been involved in a National Solar Energy Institute Symposium, and that's gathered a lot of universities across the United States, NREL, EPRI, a lot of cooperatives that are involved in solar. And so we've been all putting our heads together to think through solar and what it means. I've already reached out to Tom Sturkes at Fort Lewis College, and we're going to connect up with Colorado State University, their extension office, to put our brains together on this solar issue, because there is still the perceived and possibly true subsidy issue with solar net metering. We've been given a lot of tools on how to figure out the value of solar and what's happening across the United States. A lot of folks in Minnesota are well known actually across the US to be experts on solar and net metering and virtual net metering and aggregated net metering. So we want to do this right. So we're getting lessons learned from these cooperatives and the universities, and we're going to put our own team together to think through the process. So it will take some time, but we are kicking that off and we are taking it seriously, and we will involve some local solar installers, but we want to get the experts' opinions across the US and again, lessons learned on that. So this is just the kickoff for that.
Okay, and Dan, if you'd finish the last point, then we'll get to the questions because there are several.
I think Jessica's maybe going to hit on
No,
that
this is
one.
Carl's.
Carl's, okay, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, this is me. Normally, I will attend the Tri-State Finance and Audit Committee each month. In February, they didn't have one because I believe there was a strategic planning session in its place. So I took the opportunity to go to the full board meeting and it was a good one to go to because they, well, I say go to, I sat in the same chair I'm sitting in right now and listened to it. It was a good one to go to because they discussed how they internally may be looking at a contract termination payment policy, and to get their thoughts on how that might work. I think we'll have some more discussion on this when Matt comes in, but it was a good exercise to see what they're thinking, to see how some of our fellow co-ops and fellow tri-state members are feeling about this, and to then circle back, talk to Jessica, Dan, Cola, and Matt and his team at WBK I think was a very useful exercise.
Okay, well, let's start getting to some of the questions. Sue, you're up first, so go ahead.
All right, great, thank you. On the second slide there about the local solar, do we have or can we get a list of who all's interested in that locally? Is that something we could get either in executive session today or on an ongoing basis, so we as the directors kind of have an idea of what the capacity is locally? I did appreciate Jessica's comment looking at a broader scale, but I wonder if we have names locally of who might be those large developers.
When I say locally, the developers themselves are not local, but the projects are being cited locally. And they have quite a range in size. We have NDAs with a lot of these guys, so if we discuss this, it would need to be done so in executive session, I'm afraid. But they range anywhere from project sizes that would be 5 megawatts up to 150 megawatts. I mean, they're a very large range, and some very large projects that are being considered there.
But Dan, is it true that we will really know who's serious? Because honestly, it's tough to give a list now because it's speculation. Most of it's speculation. And that's what solar developers do on this utility scale. Because what they try to do is go find a buyer first and then they develop. So I would suggest that we'll know for sure who's interested in the sizing when we do the RFP. Is that right, Dan?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, that helps answer that question. Thank you. I think the other directors, I know I would be definitely interested in who all is, what companies are wanting to develop here, whether it be small scale or large scale. So I look forward to that in the future. And then Carl answered my question on the third item. Thank you.
Hey, Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw, Jessica, you presented to the city council in Durango, and I know several months ago, we saw a list and they had several solar projects going on. So I was just kind of wondering what kind of questions they asked and what kind of information we were able to give to them, and how it, how that's affecting our 5% possibly and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a good question, Joe. So they didn't have a lot of questions about solar. We've been meeting with their staff on solar and suggesting that they possibly wait and talk to us about broad-based community solar, which would spread benefits across more members. So we've been in communication with them on that. Dan, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Just those projects are moving forward. There are some that are very large, 200 kilowatts kind of size on some of their commercial buildings. But it's something that's been in progress for well over a year now. But they're still seem to be moving forward with, even though we've mentioned solar gardens to them, they seem to be moving forward with rooftop solar, at least for this first phase. And then they'd like to talk to us on the second phase about some solar garden type stuff.
And Dan, you may want to bring up the 5% because that's important.
Oh, sure. Yeah, any net metering does not directly impact our 5%. But what does impact the 5% is if anybody produces excess in what they use for the year. And so that's what tends to push that 5%. We did get notification for the first time that we are now over our 5%. And if you think about the 5%, there's two factors that can make that happen. One would be if there's an increase in generation or a decrease in load. And so although we haven't had more Policy 115 projects added, each time more net metering gets added, it sort of decreases our load, but we have more people moving in, that increases our load. A lot of factors at play there, but we are over our 5% at this point.
And Dan, it's important to also remind the board what that means, though, because now Tri-State is no longer, they're actually charging us additional fees for that excess generation. So we are having to pay more money for any excess solar past that 5%.
Right. Yeah, I think basically instead of a avoided cost of 4.2 cents, now it's only 2 cents. And so we have to theoretically reimburse Tri-State then for that difference in there. So a lot of stuff in there.
I suspect it wouldn't be a large dollar number, but there is some accounting there at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we've got Tim Wheeler up next. Tim, go ahead.
Thanks. So Dan, in terms of these discussions on local solar or RFPs, where does the prospect of PURPA fit into all that? Is that now uneconomic? Is it, is there interest? Or is there anyone proposing that? What's the status of that?
PURPA tends to be, it's historically been used as a sledgehammer approach with utilities that didn't want to work with developers. With us wanting to work with developers, it tends to be better to have that discussion and relationship going on there. PURPA works off a avoided cost type of model, and we're trying to negotiate and get a better deal, honestly, than PURPA. We would like to lower our costs due to power supply, renewable power supply, and get something lower than our avoided cost, or else we aren't lowering our rates any. I think that's plenty achievable with the pricing that we could get from solar developers today. In order for them to be competitive, they have to be much less than our avoided cost is.
All right, thanks.
Kirsten, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Britt. I have two sets of questions. The first one has to do with what we were just talking about with the 5%, Dan. So this probably is going to be in you. Is that a monthly, that it changes from month to month about the 5%, or once we hit it, we're paying differently?
No, they look at it annually. I believe it's actually a 3-year average. So what the 5% is taken against is our average load of the last 3 years. Of course, our 2020 loads were down quite a bit. I'm hoping that was just a bump from 2020. There was a little bit of a bump in March and April from COVID, or a dip, I should say. And so maybe 2021 loads are up a little higher. I'd say we're flirting right on that edge right now. And so the bottom line is that any new incremental additions to that load, no matter how small, to that 5% are going to cost LPEA, so to speak.
Okay, and you gave several reasons of why it could be happening: reduced load and increase. I'm interested specifically in the overage of net metering. So people overbuild and then they're selling back onto the grid. How is that a large amount, or is that, do people pretty much size their systems correctly, or what I would consider correctly?
Our policy currently states people can put in up to 150, design their system for 150% of their load, and that's what they're doing. Right. People are very often putting in it at 150%, even though So it's a complicated question that you asked there, because it's not just everything that they over-generate that counts towards the excess. It's only at the end of the year, because it carries over from month to month to start with. And so they have an opportunity to use that bank up. But it's only excess over a 1-year period that directly counts against that 5%, is how that works there. And so as far as how much it amounts to, I do have some charts I can look up. We're working on a white paper right now that really goes into a Q&A, because there's several questions that you have to understand leading up to the ultimate one you just asked there. And so I think we'll have that paper ready to go here pretty shortly, and something we can share with you there. But hopefully that sort of answers your question.
Yes, sir. I look forward to an in-depth answer. I understand it's a complex issue. My second question, and Jessica, this is for you. When we were talking about the local solar, one of the things you said in response to Sue that caught my attention was, you said these are there's a lot of people who apply right now because it's speculative, because they're out looking for a buyer. Wouldn't we, in this case, be the buyer?
No, we don't have to be the buyer. Tri-State could buy it. Anyone could buy that power as long as they can transfer it across the transmission or distribution lines. If it was near us, they'd have to pay a wheeling fee on our distribution network. But no, anyone can build down here and ship it to their needs, New Mexico, all over.
Okay, so when we talk about local solar here, we're not talking about local solar that would be on our distribution grid. We're talking about all local solar, whether it's on our distribution grid or whether it's sending out.
That's right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And the reason we're involved for the non-distribution grid, I get why we would be looking and very interested in folks who are interested in projects that would be going on our grid. Explain to me of why we would be involved in looking at folks who, just because they're doing it in our territory and sending it out, why would we be involved with that unless they have to at least go on our grid somewhere? So wheeling, I guess the wheeling, right? That wheeling?
Right. Dan has the best answer for that, but it's a lot of infrastructure issues.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, you have to realize these are developers that are coming to us instead of us going to them at this point. I enjoy the engagement because it lets us know what's possible out there. But most of them are coming to us, and then they're saying, oh, hey, we'd like to serve you. And we can make the economics work even better if we can supersize the system and then send it off the grid and help supply neighboring utilities as well.
Mm-hmm. So this is sort of what we were hoping UE would have done last year, because that was the folks that were trying to do a tri-state project. We would have hoped that they had come to us and said, hey, we're thinking about doing stuff in your area, let's talk. So this is along those lines. These are people who are interested for whatever reason, as opposed to, I thought we were going out and seeking this, but these are just folks knocking on your door.
That's right.
Excellent. Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
A follow-up to that, Dan, is isn't April the month in which the true up for the net metering occurs?
That is correct.
All right, so possibly if the timing is right in our April board meeting, it would be a good time to get into that a little more fully, because you would have some of the annual data then.
Yes, and we've got a chart that shows, year by year, what that excess ends up being. You'll actually see when we have drought years and there's lots of sunshine, we have more excess.
Right. Okay, well, Jessica, if you could make a note then that we would consider that as something to put onto our April agenda. Mm-hmm. Okay, next up is John Witchell.
Thanks. So Dan, correct me if I'm wrong or I'm thinking about this wrong. LPEA has the monopoly on generation and distribution of energy in the region, right? So nobody is coming into our region to generate and distribute and sell energy without LPEA being involved. So no matter how you get there, LPEA, no matter how you get there, LPEA is always going to be at the crossroads of anybody's efforts to create, generate, and distribute and sell energy in this region. Is that true?
Sell energy in this region, true. Generate, maybe not. They can interconnect directly to Tri-State, and we wouldn't have to be part of that. That's what, there's a couple of people that are looking to do that.
Okay.
And that's what UE was actually proposing.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So bypassing us completely, but still building in our territory.
Okay.
There's also WAPA as well.
Great. That's very helpful. Thank you for the context.
Okay, anybody else got questions here? Good discussion. All right, Jessica, it looks like the questions are answered, so we can move on.
All right, the next is be a trusted community partner, and that is also Dan.
Back to me again. Just so you guys are aware, we are working on a qualified installer program to try to give our membership some guidance on who the qualified installers are in this area. There have been several that have come in from outside of our area that maybe don't have quite as good business practices as our local installers do. And it's honestly created some issues. So we've started this qualified installer program. We've went and talked to the local installers. They are very appreciative of it, of course, because they know, and we know they do a quality job, and we want to make sure our members know which ones are doing quality jobs. There have been some very shady business practices that are starting to creep into our area as other states are making stricter net metering rules or getting rid of net metering. It's not as advantageous for them to be in other states. They still see Colorado as something that they can do. So we have several from outside of even Colorado that are coming into our area that are poking in here that very questionable practices.
Dan, I would have a question about that related to the local group that calls the solar barn raising. Such a group like that, which is ad hoc, people as time permits, could they ever become qualified solar installers?
We've been thinking about that one specifically. There are practices they can do that would meet the criteria that we are looking to have on there. Part of that is having some NABSEC certification and electrical inspections, those kind of things, being upfront with the members. I'm pretty sure they can qualify, but it doesn't mean they can't install in our area by any means. It's you don't have to be a qualified installer to install in our area. It's just maybe some guidance that says that these installers meet this kind of checklist here.
Okay, Kirsten's got a question. So Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Where do these businesses that I guess are consolidators, where they say, I think it's called like Solar Plus or something, that they say, you don't have to have them on your, or you don't have to pay to have them on your roof. We'll put them on your roof and then you'll get the payback over so many years and such. Those are pretty big nationwide companies, and some of them have some pretty high pressure techniques. Are we seeing that activity in our region? I haven't gotten any myself, and I tend to get all the high pressure calls. Maybe that's just the candy companies, but what are we seeing?
Yeah, we are starting to see some of that. And even some of our local installers would like to look at that as a business model going forward. There's maybe some tax implications that are advantageous for them to look at things like that. So that is being asked. It's not something that we currently practice here right now, though. Allowing them basically to sell electricity to our members. But we just talking about that yesterday with Graham.
Yeah, and Kirsten, I can just add a couple things to that. Historically, those companies which typically lease the panels to the people on the homes haven't addressed our area because our prices have not been as high. They concentrate in the areas where the payback's better. But now as the solar material has gotten a lot cheaper, they are starting to drift out further to other areas. I haven't personally run into them here either, but I have heard through the grapevine that there has been some people looking in our area for that. It would be leases and not directly selling power. I think to actually directly sell power in a monopoly area like ours, where we sell the power, there would probably have to be some state law changes. And that's something perhaps Graham could address if it ever comes up. Dan, did you have any corrections to what I said?
No, I can tell you Graham has been looking at it and he's become quite familiar with the various laws around that.
Okay. Next is Kohler. Kohler, go ahead.
Thank you. So on your solar installer program, obviously this is probably to help our members understand where a good installer is or not a good installer. So how do you envision promoting this to our members?
I heard, how do you envision promoting this? And then you faded out.
Yeah, to the members. How?
To the members.
Yeah, how are you going to do this so that the members can get a better understanding of what is a qualified installer, or maybe kind of sketchy?
Well, one of our North Star and goals is for LPEA to be that trusted source of information. And we want customers, when they have questions around any energy related item, any electricity related item, to think of LPEA as that first place to stop. So we want to have this information on our website and allow customers, sort of a know before you move forward with this kind of information. We've been working on that web content, as we speak, and going through that to see if we can get better information there.
So do you run into any legal issues if you put kind of a bad check mark by a certain installer as compared to another one, or not put them on the list?
Yeah, we aren't going to put bad check marks by anybody, but definitely have some green check marks by others that continue with those practices. And it has been a common practice across the state to build a preferred installer list or a qualified installer list.
It's actually across the U.S. We did it in the Northwest, all along the West Coast. This is a normal practice.
Thank you.
And I haven't seen any, it's a good question, Kohler, because I also wondered, how do you make sure? But I don't know a single utility that has run into legal issues with that, because they're not saying who's bad. They're just saying these are the ones that we know of that are good. So if someone wants to get on the list, then they need to reach out to us and have good references and show that they're community-based and so forth. So there's ways to get on the good list.
Thanks, that helps a lot. Appreciate it.
And I think using the term qualified rather than preferred is probably what you're after there.
Yeah, we had a big discussion on that.
Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on Kohler's question. So I get a little concerned when I say we're going to promote local installers, because I'm sure we got some local installers that aren't great either. But is there, do they have to take a class with us, or do they have to, show that they're following best practices? I mean, how do they show technically that they're qualified? So we're doing an objective analysis of whether they're, worth it or not.
That's a great question, Joe. And yes, the first question, we will be holding classes, and in order, that's task number one to be qualified, is to understand what our requirements are. Because the people from outside this area are just coming in and saying, hey, we're going to reduce your bill down to $7. Well, that's true in Excel's territory, where their base charge is only $7, but that's not the case here. And so they are misleading our members, given that information. So part of it is taking the LPEA class, knowing what our interconnection procedures are, knowing what we need to have for smart inverter settings, knowing how our rate schedules work, and all that information is going to be on there. So we will have this kind of information on our website here, hopefully very shortly. I know Amanda and Hillary's group have been working on that.
Yeah, I think some public outreach warning people what's going on would be a great idea.
Yeah. And we've had one-on-one discussions with all the installers on this as well.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm glad this initiative is underway. Seems like it expands on that trusted community partner notion significantly. And before I do harm, because literally as you were talking, I started typing an email to Local First, be like, you guys got to highlight this program. It's so cool. Sounds like it's not launched yet, and therefore I should not be the busybody I am and talk to people about it yet.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair enough, Rachel. Hold off on a month if you would, please, before we.
Yeah.
In fact, it'd be good just to see the content on the website first.
Well, and thank you, Rachel. We actually are going to do a radio show with Local First in April, and so we can talk about it then as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and I was just thinking, you know, again, like that outreach, you guys are the parents of the information, it's where it all lives, but just thinking about who's got those trusted relationships already with kind of the more solar minded folks. Seems like just flagging them specifically and letting them know so they can hype it would help get your word out quicker. Sorry, you all know that. You do it professionally. I'm done.
No, that's a great reminder though. Sometimes we miss those, so thank you.
Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just need to go back to the 5% for a minute. I know you're putting this white paper together. I would like to understand either through the white paper or someplace else what the ongoing implications would be as we bring on, if we do the 2 megawatt community solar program through Tri-State, as we go to partial requirements. Does the 5% still, the overage of the 5%, can that bleed over into our, instead of being a penalty, it just bleeds over into part of our partial requirements and such. So I'd like to understand where that fits in ongoing. I think, you know, from a strategic standpoint, we need to understand, because it doesn't sound like this is going to go away. Not understanding the monetary impact right now, this might be a little problem and I'm throwing too much attention at it. So I will wait to see what your white paper has to say, but I would like to make sure that you include those issues I was just talking about.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jessica, you can jump to the next thing now.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the next two are Hillary's. All right. Good morning, everyone. So just an update for you all on the COVID Emergency Relief Fund. Feels like a very long time ago. It was actually almost exactly a year ago today that the board approved $90,000 to support our community to recover from the economic impacts of COVID-19. If you'll recall, 40,000 of that went to community agencies such as SURF, and 50,000 remained with LPEA as a bill assistance fund. We officially exhausted that fund in February, and in total it helped 438 residential members and 24 small business members at least pay a portion, if not all, of their bill. So that has now been completed. My second item is that February was quite a busy news month. We sent 6 news releases on a variety of topics. And also, you will have seen Dan's op-ed in the Durango Herald. We worked with Hollis, who is the new editorial director at the Herald, to get that placed, and have received great feedback on it. So those were my 2 updates. Just to your point, Rachel, I'd be happy to answer that. I'm going to try and do so quickly because the answer is quite long. But as far as what we're doing on community outreach, at the macro level, right after spring break, we are going to be tackling our stakeholder mapping exercise, which you'll recall is in our 5-year plan. Basically, what that does is identifies our major buckets of publics. And in addition to identifying these buckets, it helps us understand what they need from us, what we need from them, and then it helps us design tailored messaging to specifically engage with them in a way that is relevant to them. So for example, per our earlier conversation, contractors will probably be one of those buckets, and there will be many more. So at a macro level, that is what we're doing after spring break. On a micro level, we're doing quite a lot as well. We've identified all of the agencies in our service territory. We're still working on that list. I know we're missing some. We're working on assigning employees and focal points to be members and or engaged with those networks so that we kind of have fingers in all the pies in our area. And also working with our contractors and builders through HBASC. In addition to what Jessica's doing with her CEO network, I've also been reaching out to all of the communicators in town just to develop connections at that side. all of our sponsorships and support programs we do, our scholarships. We're talking to all of the schools. We're engaged in the Fort Lewis Career Conference coming up next week. So I could talk for a long time about everything that we're doing, but I think that's a short answer to your question.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
Thank you. That was really helpful. And I think that was just the kind of macro synopsis I was looking for. So appreciate it and great work.
Thank you. All right. So the next page is maintaining strong financial health, and that is Carl.
Thanks, Jessica. On improved financial controls, I'm very pleased to report that there wasn't really a whole bunch we had to do following on from our discussion with our audit team. They had a couple of minor suggestions on things we could do better in terms of reviewing transactions posted to iView, one of which is to have a more regular review of access levels, who can do what. So we're doing that monthly instead of quarterly. I'm pleased to say that when we did review it, there was nothing out of place. The other part is where Monica posts a bunch of transactions every month that, regular things like depreciation, interest. She was just posting them without review. I kind of reviewed them because if she'd done them wrong, then the financial statements would look crazy. But we are actually doing where I will go through her sheet and just make sure I don't have any questions. So we had 2 minor recommendations from the audit team, and they've already been put into practice in February. So that was one where I say improved financial controls. I just want to reiterate that it wasn't because we had a weakness. It's just kind of a tweak. So moving on to unclaimed capital credits, that process has been completed. I will talk in more detail on it when we get to that part of the agenda. But we processed what has not been claimed, got that information over to Hillary's team on a timely basis, and they were able to get it to the local media. That's all I have. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Carl? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this last one is going to be Dan and Nadine. So Dan's first.
Yeah, you guys are all aware of the electric school bus grant that we've been working towards. The reason why it's in the board packet this month is because this is the month, February was actually the month that we did receive the actual grant. So great news there. And we've talked about the costs of this vehicle. LPEA is putting some money towards this, and we are getting a return on our investment with this by actually having control of when the battery can discharge. And so that can be used for peak mitigation, and we expect a return on our investment towards this project in approximately 5 years with doing this. And plus a tremendous amount of information to be gained on how to wisely discharge batteries that will carry over into other projects and endeavors that we have going on. So that's why it's in the packet this time.
Dan, you mentioned twice just discharge. We don't have any control over when it charges.
So what we're doing to controlling when it charges is they are on a time of use rate. And so there's a special EV rate that has pricing incentives for them to charge at the right time. And so if they do come back or have to go out for a sporting event or something and absolutely have to charge, they can. It's going to cost them more. But so it'll be scheduled to normally charge during off-peak hours. The idea would be when they finish their routes in the afternoon, come back to the bus barn, there will still be capacity left in the batteries to discharge and use on our system.
Hey, Sue, go ahead.
So Dan, you mentioned that they have a special EV rate that's a time of use. Was that established by La Plata Electric or Tri-State?
It was established by La Plata Electric as part of the level 3 EV charging rate. That's what the town of Pagosa uses at their level 3 EV charger as well.
Yeah, that's a fairly new rate. I remember us having looked at that and looked at reasons that we wanted to figure out something to encourage. How long has that rate been around roughly, and how many people might be on that?
say how many people are on it, Brett?
Yeah, and how long ago was that we established that? It wasn't long ago.
No, it wasn't. It was probably June of last year when we established that. And right now it's a level 3 EV charger. And the only one we have in our service territory right now is the town of Pagosa. This one could use that. And then when the level 3 charger comes on for the town of Durango and Purgatory, those would also be eligible for that rate.
Thank you. Joe, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, when will the school district, might they take delivery of this, and where do they build these? Do you know?
Boy, wish Dominic was here for that one. Delivery in October, November timeframe. Where they're building it, it's Bluebird is the bus manufacturer, so I'd have to look at that.
Okay, go
Bluebird
ahead.
used to be
Next
in
one.
Iowa, so I don't know if they still build there or not.
All right, Rachel, go ahead.
John Mitchell's gonna kill me. This is not relevant, but do we get to go on a ride when the school bus gets in? Like maybe open the windows, wave, masks on.
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
Maybe. I think that's a good point. We'll see. We'll see if they let us. They may not.
The parade downtown.
Yes,
right.
that would be something they could add to the parade. That would be interesting. We'll see if they get to that.
That's a good
Next
point.
is the workforce development bullet item.
Yes, and that's Nadine.
Pretty fun. I got to participate in a with other utilities across all of Colorado, just to look at what are we looking at for work coming up down the road. And so it was a really great opportunity to give the workforce focus on data and analytics and technology coming down the road. And then they're working on building a website that really gives high schoolers and ability to look at different career paths and see what interests them and what is needed for the future. So it was a really awesome opportunity.
All right, any last minute questions? And then we will go to Carl.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, just a comment. I was in the ski parking lot the other day, and I was talking to someone about electric stuff, and there are two young guys in the next car, and they're like, hate to eavesdrop, but we're students at, I guess, at Mesa State Mesa, whatever it is, Mesa University up in Grand Junction, and they're taking the lineman class, and I encourage them to get in touch with all of you there. So anyway, a little PR on the side.
Thank you.
Yes, it's always our job, even when we're skiing, to pass the word. Sue, go ahead.
Do you want the appendix questions now or after the financial?
The appendix, if it's not related to financial, let's handle the appendix questions now. The appendix started on page 28, and then there's several pages of those like usual that go on into detail. So Sue or anybody else, if you have questions on the appendix before we go into financial, let's go ahead.
Okay, I do on page, let me find the page. Gosh, trying to find it. Be a trusted partner, and it is, why won't this give me my page number?
I see 37 for trusted community partner with a few things there.
Okay, that may be it. I'll take me somewhere else. Okay, I hope that's the right page. It talks about the targets on the left-hand side.
Yes, page
Okay,
37.
thank you. Perfect, thank you. And my first question is that we're adding a web page about, dang, why does it keep doing that?
Page 36 is the, also has targets. I see but if you trust community
Okay.
partner.
This one talks about the new web page on the La Plata website for information related to our power supply options. And I wondered how our members are going to find out about that. That was my first question.
I can take
Yes,
that one.
I clicked on that link and saw that page exists. Is that
It does
going to be
exist.
mentioned anywhere else? Go ahead.
Yeah.
So we realized that when people did have questions about power supply, they had to go to multiple different pages on the website. It wasn't all in one place. So that was our attempt to just have one simple URL that people could go to find the latest updates, links to the Q&As, links to the materials of what we presented at the town hall meetings last year. We have been promoting that quite a bit on social. Also, Jessica is her CEO message for Q2 promotes that URL. The local news spot for April promotes that URL. So we just launched that page about a week ago. So whenever we are referring to power supply in the future, we will be referring to that page moving forward. And if you guys have any suggestions about things that are missing, things that you think would be helpful to add to that page, please do send those to me. I'd be happy to make it better.
Okay, thank you. I just wondered how our members would know about that, so I appreciate the outreach. And then my other question is actually on page 45, and it talks about the rebates that were, that we've done in the last month or several months, I'm assuming. And I didn't know if those were all La Plata Electric rebates or if those include rebates from Tri-State.
They're inclusive. So they include both Tri-State funds and LPEA funds.
Okay, and then I have to comment then, if that's the case, in our newsletter, going back to my point a couple months ago about information that we give to our members, it's not that it's inaccurate, but it's incomplete. So I think that we should explain to the members that these rebates are not just from the Plata Electric, but they are also from Tri-State. Tri-State should get some recognition for the rebates that they do as well.
Okay, Holly, go ahead. All right, Holly, go ahead.
Great, thank you. This question actually goes back to Nadine in that workforce development session. I have heard in the past you guys talk about how the labor pool can be a little limited for some quote unquote traditional electricity jobs. What was the scope of that work session? Did it include more traditional, like some of the newer things coming out like heat pump and those types of things?
It was all inclusive. It looked at traditional roles we need now, roles that we're having issues filling. So there was a focus on that, and then focus on what do we see coming down the road. So it was all inclusive. It included generation, transmission, and distribution needs. So it was really good. It was really fun to be part of.
Okay, then we'll go on to Joe Lewandowski.
Yeah, on page 29, the last bullet item, contacted Atmos and Southern Utes about reliability. I'm just curious, are you still trying to make that connection, or did you have a discussion, and what did you hear from them?
Yeah, I made the connection, and they told me that all the wellheads, the gas wellheads, have protection items on them that won't freeze like Texas. So that was the issue. But it's just making sure that, we wouldn't have an issue out here, and they were educating me on natural gas, which was very helpful.
Speaking of that, Jessica, one thing I was curious about that you maybe would know is it sounds like whenever you protect something for winter, there would be limits on that. You could protect at 20 below, but maybe not 60 below. Did anything like that come up?
No, it didn't.
Okay, that'll be something to consider in the future, maybe. Hey, Joe, anything else? All right, Tim, go ahead.
Thank you. This is on the executive report. I had a couple of questions. One, I know that you met, Jessica, you met with women cooperative CEOs, which I think is great. I was just
all
curious.
Two of them. Excuse me, Tim.
Well,
I was just wondering how many. So.
No, I mean, there were, it's funny that, yeah, there are actually two of them, but No, there's actually a good network of women across the NRECA group, maybe not a lot, but I'm trying to gather us all together outside of the Women in Power group that we have on NRECA and actually set up conversations. So I've got 3 other CEOs that are women across the United States that we meet once a month and just cross collaborate, leaderships, get to know each other, help support each other. So that we just started that last month.
And just to clarify, there are how many women cooperative CEOs that you found, including yourself?
I think Holly did that research actually.
I was able to get a hold of NRECA, and what their human resources is reporting is there's about 832 rural electric cooperatives nationwide. There's 63 G&Ts, and of those, there's 110. They're counting roughly 10% are female CEOs, GMs, or assistant GMs.
100, you said?
110 is what they are showing right now, and it goes up and down 1 or 2 each year.
But Holly, that was a combination, right? Because the last I heard there was 80 CEOs, but the 110 included like.
It's GMs, assistant GMs, CEOs, and one other, I don't remember what the acronym was, but it's the highest level.
That would be executive.
Yeah, executive,
right, so
executive.
So like assistant GM would be like Hillary, Nadine.
Right.
It includes, so not just CEO, but includes the executive level.
I can send you the graph if you're interested that they sent me.
Yeah,
it's just a little tidbit, but yeah, I thought it was worth looking at.
And from your point in terms of this network, it's 3 CEOs. Is that correct, Jessica?
There's 4 of us so far.
4
that get together.
Well, I'm personally encouraged that you're doing that. So I appreciate your report on that. Also in this report, I noticed that it said there was a page 44, initiated a finance department restructuring. Is there anything around that, Carl, you want to enlighten us about?
Yeah, we talked about how payroll has now come into the finance group. That happened in January. Excuse me. We're also, we currently have our purchasing agent is a member of staff who retired and then kindly came back to help us and have been doing that for some time. So we took the opportunity to look to recruit to make sure that our purchasing agent could actually enjoy his retirement. And we're taking the opportunity within that to move some tasks around to sort of more leverage the capabilities of the people in the team.
All right, so if there's any congratulations in order, I personally would like to give that to you.
Not yet.
That's some great stuff in there. So, and then one last kind of question was the cumulative electric vehicle sales. I noticed this month that we're actually above, we're like slightly above. So did we lower the target or did we actually overachieve?
No, our target's been holding steady there. So that's actually had for once more sales, and it's based on the sales that we get from the DMV. Plus we are now bringing in kilowatt hours from the public charging stations that roll into that as well.
Dan, when that bus shows up, is that going to jump up a little?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, we want this to be a graph that shows all beneficial electrification efforts. So we're working to find a standardization for every ton of heat pumps that goes onto our system, for every electric water heater that goes onto our system. Those kind of things will all be a stacked bar that add into this.
Just as a FYI, today is the typical date of the Green Business Roundtable, which I'll miss because of the board meeting here. But next month in April, it will be a presentation on EVs. And Kirsten may remember this name, but Bill LeBlanc, who works for eSource, I think, which is a spinoff of Rocky Mountain Institute. He did a great market research study around EV adoption and challenges and barriers and so forth in Colorado. He'll present some of those findings. That was actually presented at a CREA seminar a few months ago. And so he's going to bring that down here. And I encourage us to, whoever can, to be in that. Maybe LPA will get a brief update. I'm not sure, Dan, but keep that on your calendar. Second Wednesday of the month, I believe. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to take a couple of more questions that's sort of on the appendix area, and then we're going to take a break before Carl will get into the financials. So we've got Rachel up next. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, of course, my director point just shut down on me. But I think it was on Jessica's report. It was about the broadband group you met with, maybe some other co-ops. Was this the group that bid on the auction that's in our territory, or is this some other group? Yeah, and anything you learned that's of relevance?
Yeah, I'm actually, if that's okay, going to defer to Kirsten at the Broadband Committee update, because that point is relevant to her update later in the day, if that's all right.
Thank you.
All right, last question before our break. Holly, go ahead.
Thank you. So in our appendix, we have the SAFE and the SADI graphs, and we don't actively always discuss them every month. But, and it's a pity because I finally remember what SAFE and SADI stand for. However, I just found out yesterday, and I'm jumping the gun a little. I'm sorry, I apologize, but I need to brag on the crew because our 10-year average is the lowest it's been in 10 years. Did I say that right? So I just want to say kudos to everybody, because I know that to me, that's a really big deal. So thank you all.
You mean our 10-year average? Is there such a thing? That I haven't been following, but it's continually been going down. So now it's the lowest it's been. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying that those numbers are the best that they've been in 10 years. Is that right? Am I saying that correctly?
Jerry, is that you that answers that? Who?
Dan Harms actually has more insight and understands it better than I do, but yes, a lot of that has to do with us. Scheduled outages took up a huge portion of that in the past, and with Raptor protections and that kind of thing. Since we've caught up on most of those and we're catching up on our maintenance, our system is just improving every day.
All right, well, Holly, it's really good to bring that up. That's interesting news. If it's something as we get some more good data on that, that probably ought to be taken up and go to the public in some way. Okay, well, with that said, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll try and get the meeting going again at 10:49, and then we'll get into Carl's financial report. So we'll see you in about 10. All right, if folks are out there, if you could please start turning on your video and we'll see if we can get ready to go again. Bob Lynch, are you back online yet? Okay, looks like all but a couple have showed up again. So we'll kick it off next with Carl. Now I know this is a short month, so to speak, from the financial aspect. It's only 10 days into the month. So it's a rush for Carl to get things ready for the third Wednesday of the month. So be kind to him. He probably doesn't have all the data yet. Carl, with that said, if you would go ahead.
Thank you, Brett. Yeah, when Jessica mentioned the KPIs, the targets in the initial slide, those were still January's numbers. So I can tell you as of right now that all of the board's financial goals have been met this month. Monica is still feverishly working away on the February financials. We do know that our operating margin is over budget. In fact, it looks very similar at a preliminary level to January. Fairly strong sales, it's kind of chilly, and reduced expenses. Cash is around 18% of annual operating expenses as of today. Overdue and delinquent accounts are still lower than they were at this point in 2019. I'm using 19 as a reference point because obviously 20 was not, if we just compared to 2020, we're obviously a lot lower than that. So another point to mention, want to give you an update on the audit. We do have our draft financial statements from BKD. Nothing surprising in there. We're going through our review and they will be presenting to you at the next board meeting. So no surprises, no adverse opinions. And really, I think that's all I have. Any questions?
Okay, that'll probably be your shortest report ever since I actually don't have the financials out yet to review.
Yep.
We won't hold you to that every month, but well, we might, we'll see. Are there any questions, financial questions? I'm not seeing any. Boy, we're letting you off the hook easy.
I think once Jessica has reviewed, which should be in the next couple of days, I know she has a very hectic schedule, so I'm not going to hold her to that. But we will get them emailed out to the board as soon as everything is complete and reviewed.
Okay, good. I was just going to talk about that, but you're way ahead of us like usual. We appreciate that. Okay, well, let's just move right along then. Now we're going on to the committees of the board. And the first one will be the Broadband Committee. So Kirsten, if you would start us off on this. Oh, I don't see Kirsten there yet. Maybe she won't. One thing I do note is that Kirsten.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, I was just going to say that Kirsten did send to us just this morning her board committee report, since that of course just took place yesterday. So make sure if you get a chance to glance over your shoulder at the email too. Kirsten, go ahead.
Sure. So my apologies for not getting it in. It was so late and I was just going to make your board package change numbers. So I didn't want to get in the way of that. So we had a very brief open session yesterday, and then we went into executive session. We had 8 attendees. The comments from members were mostly about the role that if LPEA plays a role, the critical place would be in the last mile. That's where the other providers don't make enough money on rural places. So the last mile would be, if we had a role, that would be where it would be. And then also concerns about satellite radiation being higher than fixed wireless. Now, this did come from a fixed wireless employee. Just adding that as extra information. We had some information about Starlink. I don't know if you all know that Starlink actually is available in our area for beta testing. I just tried to see this morning if I could get it, and I'm on the list for later on in 2021 if I still wanted it then. We had one review talking about that it's fairly decent.
Kirsten,
yes, sir.
since you hit that about Starlink in your email, I think you must have missed a word in there because it says about Starlink, it is as good as fiber. Did you mean to say it is not as good as fiber?
You're right, sir. I see that right there. Look. Yeah. Okay. I'm changing it. Not as good as fiber. So fiber would be a gig up and down, and I did put some definitions down here for folks because I realized that, that might be helpful. So if you do have a chance to look at your email, and this will be in next month's packet, you'll see what I mean by download speed and by upload speed. And about RDOF, which I'm going to talk about right now. So RDOF, that's the rural, let me get the right word here, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. There was that auction that happened. It was a reverse auction. There was a consortium called the Rural Electric Cooperative Consortium that was a major winner in our area, got several $million, actually, a few $1 million to develop it in our area. And there were a lot of questions of, wait, this is a cooperative consortium, why aren't we involved? So Jessica and her team have spent a lot of time this past month getting to know them, understanding what their business model is about, having conversations to see how things may or may not play in our area. In addition, working on the feasibility, reviewing the bids we got for the feasibility and study, and trying to piece together, okay, does this change at all what we might be looking for in a feasibility study, and working with NRECA, who has some really good ideas on kind of the order to do stuff. And Jessica sent us out several links that she got through NRECA, and I'll just, if it's okay with you, Jessica, I'd like to forward that on to the rest of the board for those of you who might want to take a little time to kind of figure out what other co-ops are doing. Any questions about for the Broadband Committee?
Joe, go ahead.
Okay, I don't have my participants up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You mentioned radiation. I guess I have real concern about this. Is there any real science out there about these radiation concerns? I mean, peer-reviewed, National Health Organization. A lot of people are citing Europe and a lot of things that look real questionable to me. So I'm not sure if you have any answer there, but I hope when we address these that we're real science.
There is real science on what the emissions are. So as far as whether those emissions are harmful is, I don't know about the peer-reviewed studies. So what I mentioned was the person came on and said that it was less radiation, did not say that radiation was good or bad for this one. So does that answer your question? Okay, cool.
Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I was just curious, are we going to get a little bit more beta on the conversation and what was learned about the Rural Electric Cooperative Consortium, Jessica's research on business models and the services they're looking at?
Yes, I'd like to. So when we go into the executive session, can we include that? That's the part I didn't get added to the agenda this morning. I know, can we include a short discussion on that, Britt?
Yes, I wasn't aware that that part had to be an executive session, you mean the part about what the rural co-op who won the bid needs to be an executive session?
Well, no, we've got, it wasn't a rural co-op. We know that it's that consortium, and but as far as some of the details of what Jessica and her team have been learning over the past month, because it's a competitive nature, we didn't want I didn't want to publish that during the open session. So probably just a couple minutes from Jessica during the closed session would be appropriate, I think. Jessica, can you think of what we can talk about in open session? I always do prefer to have as much open as possible.
Yeah, I think what we can say is that this group called Conexon, which is a consulting firm really, they've built partnerships across the United States to build broadband fiber to the home. And the company was created by a previous cooperative CEO. So they primarily partner with cooperatives. We've discussed the partnerships with NRECA, and they said in the past, they have gotten the work done with other cooperatives. So they looked at the map of the United States and saw there was certain areas with cooperatives in them that had available grant money. So that's the areas that they targeted. And ours was one of those. And so, yes, they would like to partner with us. Any further details we cannot discuss because it is a competitive pricing model issue, and we would have to do it in executive session. But in regards to other cooperatives, yes, we did reach out to several cooperatives to say lessons learned. And the links that Kirsten is mentioning are the ones that NRECA provided to us. And the lessons learned is really that the grant money that's available helps it make it affordable for cooperatives. If there's not grant money, then most cooperatives stop there and do not proceed. Like Poudre Valley recently did the feasibility study, determined that there was too much competition in their areas, and so they stopped the process. So those are things that we have to consider, is that there are entities starting to move into our areas that will be putting broadband up on the lines. And you have to have anticipation, is that if we get involved in that, there will be competition.
All right, Graham, I'm going to ask you if we can add a discussion in our executive session about some of this broadband stuff. We wouldn't be making any decisions or anything like that. It's simply informational. Can we do that if we've not advertised it?
Yeah, I think just for posterity's sake, we should probably have a motion to amend the agenda, just as though this had happened at 9:01 this morning, and we could amend the agenda to place that discussion on, and then we would have our discussion in executive session, and any member that wanted to come back and review, what we'd done, would be reflected that way.
Okay, and since we're talking about Broadband Committee now, and the Broadband Committee has asked for some discussion in executive session, I would like to ask for a motion to amend the agenda to add to the executive session item a discussion about broadband.
I'll move.
I would like to make that motion. Oh, thank you.
Okay, I got Rachel.
You're good,
who has
Rachel.
made the
I'd like to
motion,
second.
And Kirsten has seconded it. Is there any
Thank you.
discussion of this motion to modify the agenda related to what the Broadband Committee has just brought up? Okay, all in favor of this motion, please acknowledge by unmuting and saying aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any who are opposed? Any who abstain? Okay, that motion's passed. I will add a note to my agenda to put that in. So Kirsten, if you would go ahead now.
Sure. I see a question from Holly.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to go back to Joe's query about whether there's any peer-reviewed science or anything like that. And one of the pieces of information that has come up in the discussions around this was some testimony by Dr. Sheckley to the FCC regarding how they are currently evaluating the dangers of radiation on living tissues and ecosystems. And when you read this testimony, it goes through Dr. Sheckley's qualifications and his certifications. And we're talking about like a page and a half of pretty, in my personal opinion, reading them, high level, you know, educational and experience, life experience going into this. And basically the question is that we've been using low wave, you know, radio frequencies for a long, you know, quite a while now for cell phones. And well, you know, when I was in high school, we didn't have a cell phone, right? So whatever, a couple of decades that we've had this. But basically the FCC only evaluates thermal impacts, not the long wave impacts and such like that. So I'll go through and I'll find that FCC testimony and I'll forward it to you. I actually did run an analysis of that whole thing and sent it out to the board a couple of months ago. So I'll just send you the FCC piece by itself so you can make your own decisions reading it. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Holly. There's also some stuff with the World Health Organization also. I forget whether that was in your work or not, but I appreciate that work that you did. Other questions from folks? Okay, so as I wrap up, I want to note, I really appreciate, Jessica, the amount of information you were able to bring in. I always like to have things as open as possible, and I think I overdid my wariness, and all this has got to go to executive committee. So I really appreciate you being able to make that judgment, because I was being just too cautious. Thank you so much. And I'm done.
Okay. Broadband, certainly something that's come up higher on our agenda every month, and it looks like it's going to continue that way for a while. Next is the policy committee update, and Sue will start us off on that. So Sue, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Britt. After our last meeting, when Graham went back to look and review at the policies that we were talking about last month, he has found quite a few redundant policies and overlapping areas. So he would like to delve deeper into all of our policies before we bring any more to the board for approval. We do want to talk about the couple of bylaw changes though this month, and I will turn that over to Graham.
Thank you, Sue. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can you guys see that? And is it big enough? I know in the past it hadn't.
That's also on page 51 of our board packet, if anybody have it open on as well. But yes, I can see it.
So this is visible. All right, so I'll just go over some of the quick background. I provided a memo for some of the issues. I hope everybody's had a time to review that memo. And if you have any questions concerning that, please let me know. I know a few members have reached out to me about some questions and ahead of time, and I really appreciate that because it's allowed me to have a more detailed and in-depth answer. But here's our proposed resolution. Under our procedures, we need a resolution by the board to make this part of our mail-in ballot at our annual meeting. And so here are the proposed bylaw amendments that would be placed on the ballot. One is an amendment to Article 2, Section 1 that will allow for electronic or in-person meetings to be held at the discretion of the board. I would like to sort of note one thing that maybe hadn't been completely addressed before, is that it's sort of either or, that would either be an electronic meeting or an in-person meeting. This doesn't in and of itself allow for electronic attendance at an in-person meeting. And then there's the other issue that describes the location of the meeting. This is intended to meet statutory requirements under the Colorado Nonprofit Corporation Act that require the annual meeting to take place at a place. So this is saying that even though we're not all in a physical place together when we attend electronically, it does have a location to meet that statutory requirement. And the second proposed amendment is to Article 4, Section 6, which allows attendance by electronic means by a director. There was some proposed change to this language to perhaps make it more clear, where we would say, just a minute, let me pull that proposed change up because I didn't get that in. And I think this is a good change, is it does sort of clarify an issue here. So we would say that under this line, however, any electronic board meeting, and then we would take out held by the board and replace that with any board meeting held entirely by electronic means shall not be counted for such electronic participation by any board member. So that's been a proposed amendment. I think procedurally, the way we ought to handle that, right, is, when we get to the point where somebody's ready to make a motion to adopt this resolution, then during the discussion, a board member could suggest that change. And I will just sort of say, if anybody wants to have their pencils handy, these are the proposed changes to this sentence. One is to change it to, however, any board meeting held entirely by electronic means shall not be counted for such electronic participation by any board member. Or an alternative was, however, any electronic board meeting at which all board members participate electronically shall not be counted for such electronic participation by any board member. And I can restate that at the time that anybody wants to make that motion. I'm happy to sort of help add that. But that is the proposed resolution. And Tim, I see you have your hand up. I'm ready for questions if anybody wants to ask them.
Yeah, I mean, I would be willing to make the motion with the change that you suggested to the section 6. And I suggest further that you make that change so we can see it.
Okay.
With a red line or not. So with that change, I would make the motion that we approve it with that change.
All right. A motion has been made that we approve resolution 2021-03, which would cause this text to be sent out as part of the election packet. So members would vote on this bylaw amendment. I want to ask, as part of the discussion, let me go ahead and get a second. Motion's been made by Tim. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Sue.
Okay, it's been seconded by Sue. Now we're going to have discussion on this resolution. I would ask that, I know when we've done this in the past, we've been pretty careful about what exactly the wording is, of course, that goes in there. And there's been a time where the actual packet, so to speak, the materials that are going to be sent has come back to the board for a final review. At what point, at what meeting would that occur? Would that be in April or in May? And I'm not sure who in staff would be able to answer that.
That should be, I believe, Graham or Hillary.
I mean, I think that this should be approved as soon as possible, just to make sure we have our printing options, right? So our ballot, our election packets need to be turned in by the beginning of May. And then we have about 2 weeks to get the ballot turned around. So I don't know that we would be able to meet that by our, I don't know that we'd be able to meet that by our May meeting. So
as soon as possible is correct. Yeah, we have a very narrow 2-week window to finalize all the details on the candidate packets and all the details on the ballots. So the sooner we can get everything lined out, the better.
Okay, then in the April meeting, what we would want to see would just be roughly, or I shouldn't say roughly, but it's pretty as close as you can, what this particular bylaw amendment change would look like to the voting members. Is sort of what we after if we kind of do what we've done in the past. I think that would make sense. Okay, there's going to be further discussion on this. And Graham is trying to bring up and look at the wording.
Can everyone see that? Is that big enough?
Yes.
So there's the proposed text change. However, any electronic board meeting at which all board members participate electronically shall not be counted for such electronic participation by any board member.
And the point of this, just to make it clear, is we're saying that during the year, a director will be allowed to attend up to 2 board meetings electronically. Now, who made that decision? Who decided to put that in, or is that just a proposal you're doing at this time? Is that the policy committee?
That would be the policy committee. That was, so this policy, this bylaw is taken from Holy Cross Electric's bylaws. That was a policy they came up with. That was something we discussed at the policy committee, and that was something that the policy committee approved sending ahead to the whole board with the recommendation of approval.
All right, I can certainly say this would be a major change of direction by the board. The board has always, not unanimously, but has always as a majority ruled that if you have an in-person meeting, everybody's got to be there. Now we would say that if you allow each director to have 2 remote meetings per month, that would mean potentially that we would be having that occur at every meeting. So we've got some discussion now for this. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I didn't have comments on that particular component, though now that you bring it up, I'd love to hear, just from a practical standpoint, like I actually like that flexibility in case somebody has to be traveling for work and can zoom in on a meeting. But I am curious from a technology perspective, in all the hybrid meetings I've done so far, where it's like some in person, some remote, it's been really hard for folks to participate. I guess we've done that in the past where people call in, right?
Yeah, but it is difficult. I'll say from running the meetings, from my perspective, if it's all electronic, it's pretty good. If it's all in person, it's pretty good. But it is a challenge if it's in between for both the people to hear and for you to keep track of who's asking questions and who isn't. We could do it. Mm-hmm. It's just, I guess my first thought is are we doing this sort of as a gift to directors or something to help them in some way? Or are we doing it more as they're really stuck and they want to attend a meeting, they can't do it in any other way, in which case maybe one's a better number. Further discussion, anything else, Rachel?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I had was, I know this goes out to members for vote, and it just reads super clunky legalese in some ways. Like I feel like in some ways it gets lost in all the repeat of the words. And so I will email this, but what if I don't know, it's something like no director may participate in more than 2 regular board meetings electronically during any 12 consecutive months. This does not apply to electronic meetings. Additionally, the board may waive the limitation for electronic participation for a board member who demonstrates good cause. Just something that it just seems kind of cluttery.
Well, if the board may waive the limitation for electronic participation by good cause, why would you need to even specify how many times you get to do it?
I think it's saying you get a pass. For 2 times, you don't need permission any more than that. You need permission or you're off the board. Again, I have nothing material about the content. It's more so just some language.
Okay. that would be a suggestion. Are you able to type that up quick and email it to Graham, so maybe he could plug that in to see if that language is preferred? Because I kind of agree that maybe it's a little clunky the way it is. Kohler, go ahead.
Well, I have two things. One on the change that Graham just made, which says at which all board members participate. I think maybe we should take out the word all. So it should just say at which board members participate. Because what happens if a board member doesn't, is sick or whatever the case might be, that word all could be kind of a tripping point. And then on the first page, that very first, now therefore be it resolved, it says by the board of directors. And I think what that should probably say is that the board of directors. That would make more sense with the rest of the sentence. So I would change the word by to that.
I think, well, I mean, the board is making a resolution, and that resolution is to put this on the ballot.
Okay.
And so I think now be it resolved by the board of directors. So, I mean, that's, I believe, our standard resolution language used by there. I can double check that.
Well, and that makes, because I've looked at other ones that doesn't have by. Then it
doesn't
change a little bit more. Look this. What direction?
So,
what directors? Now, I guess I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, I think you're right. With the rest of the wording in that sense, it makes a little more sense. Right?
Okay, that's my 2 points. Thank you.
Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to speak in favor of the 2 electronic meetings. Coming from Pagosa, there have been a couple of times that it's been dangerous to come over. So I certainly don't want to see this abused. I think putting the 2 times annually on it gives us enough. It says this is the exception, not the rule, but we do have a place for an exception, and I do appreciate that.
All right. Tim, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with Kirsten on that. And I think, this is changing the bylaw. I believe we could still have a board policy that describes further how we utilize this. This allows us to do something. It doesn't say we must. And therefore we can set a policy, I believe, after this to address the concerns that you brought up, Britt, about how often or under what circumstances and so forth we do this. Is that correct, Graham? Do you think that's correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely one way to address this. Just sort of for context, I'm going to highlight this text here. These first 2 sentences are taken directly out of the Colorado Nonprofit Corporation Statute. So this is a sort of a standing law that allows nonprofit corporations to adopt bylaws that allows for remote attendance. And then this text here is new from Holy Cross that sort of tries to put a cap on that. I think for a lot of the reasons that the directors have identified about concern of abusing that privilege. So I think, I think that it's quite possible to cut all of that second part out and move it to a policy if, the board wanted to say that this is the board's policy on remote meeting attendance and allow that.
That's kind of how I read the difference between our bylaws and policies in general in the past, is that if a bylaw is very explicit about exact times and dates, well, you don't change them by policy. But if it's kind of general, an example would be the policy we had where you needed to report what donations you've had, then you do have to have a policy to back it up. So it's an interesting thought that this would perhaps the bylaw would give you the methodology that you could do something, but then you'd put in policy exactly how you do it. So that would give the board the flexibility in the future to make changes or tweaks to it. Kohler, your hand's still up. Did you have something else? And the same with, oh, we've got John. John, you're up now. John Witchell.
Thanks. Hey, just for those of you that are concerned about a decay in the quality of the meetings, there's been a bunch of new devices that have come out in the last year and a half that is a huge level up to improve the quality of a hybrid meeting. I think if we, as we move forward and we start to all rejoin in a physical space again sometime this year or early next year, we could use a device like this. They're $1,000 and the quality is incredible. And it solves a lot of that sort of problem of feeling like you're sitting in the bleachers of a meeting. So I point this out not to say that we should make this decision at all today, but simply to say that a little bit of technology can go a long way to improve the quality of remote participants in a group meeting.
Yes, it would certainly have to be better than a person using their portable microphone to try and handle a meeting like this. And appreciate you pointing that out, because I agree with you, it could be done. The other part that would perhaps could use some improvement is where that remote person would appear. Would they appear on a screen? In a way, we've got in our boardroom like 4 screens. That perhaps be a way to put the person or 2 or 3 or whoever is doing that regularly on a particular screen or something. So
Yep.
It's a thought to that. I want some more discussion on the bylaw itself. Does the board think the bylaw should specify specific details about how often, or that should be left to a policy? Comments on that? Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought that the part that he's got highlighted right now, getting rid of that makes a lot of sense about putting that into policy. You want to keep bylaws as brief as possible. And certainly when you're sending something out to vote, you want to keep it as succinct to our members too.
Okay, there's one thought about that. I tend to agree with that. It would make sure we study to that so nothing is missing in what needs to be in the bylaw that we've been inadvertently taken out if we choose to do that. Let's see if there's anybody else who's, Rachel, go ahead.
I agree with just keeping it broad and in the bylaw. And then Graham, just so you know, I did send that version to you, but in light of what we're talking about, I don't think it's relevant because it addresses the bottom half of this.
Because what you sent there would be more likely to be potentially put into a policy then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the details encapsulated in the highlighted portion.
All right, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's wise to remove that paragraph and maybe replace it with the board will dictate a policy around how this works or something like that, right? Some wording that says, okay, this must be carried out through a board policy, right?
Yeah, we should do a quick look in the bylaw to see how we've done that before. And I'm thinking of the most recent major bylaw change, which had to do with the election donation stuff. If it says something there about a policy, we should follow that wording. Okay, we've got Sue, you're up next. Go ahead.
Okay, if we take out that section that we now have in red and wiped out, in the portion up above where it says any means of communication by which all directors participating may hear, do we want to add electronically in there somewhere or just leave it vague like it is? I don't know. To me, I mean, that if we don't put something in there, then that means we could have a teleconference versus a Zoom.
I would recommend leaving that just because that is the exact statutory language. And so if it were up to me, I would track the statute as much as possible.
Okay, thanks.
And as far as the change we made before, I just looked that up about the monetary contributions. We did add a sentence that says the board of directors shall establish a policy setting forth rules for reporting campaign contributions. I don't know if we need to add that word again, or if it's sort of implied that we could or couldn't, because there's a lot of things we do in policy that we do that are not specified in the bylaws that we have to do them. Graham, do you have opinion on that last sentence you just added?
I mean, I'm happy to change it to be more consistent throughout the bylaws. I'd rather have the bylaws. If this phrase looks slightly different in a different portion of the bylaws, I'd just as soon have it be the same. So what was it you said the board will?
Well, the only other place we've ever done this was in it's section 2, item C, round C. Just looked that up and then lost it. Let me see if I can find that again. Yeah, exactly. C, run for election. The board of directors shall establish a policy setting forth rules for reporting campaign contributions consistent with this provision. And the bylaws had never had anything like that before. So that was the first time they'd been added. It means that you have to do a policy governing the attendance is what we're saying, which is fine by me. I'm not speaking for or against it. It's just wanting to verify we're dictating another action we would have to take and the members would vote on it. It seems reasonable that if you're going to say you can do this, you'd want a policy for it. Kirsten, go ahead.
Looks frozen.
Kirsten, nothing's happening.
Right, I'm unmuted.
There you go. We hear you now.
Okay, hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I think we're probably losing it. So I think it may be unnecessary, but may still be helpful. And by that, I mean, for our members who may have some qualms about, oh, this means they're all going to be sitting around electronically, you know, and never see each other again. I think having.
Kirsten, we lost you. You cut out, but I think I was getting your point.
It's muted for some reason.
Oh, I didn't do it. Kirsten, you're muted again.
Which board member muted Kirsten?
But the point she was hitting is that it's a good idea to put it in because those members who are voting on it then understand it's not a carte blanche in some way. It will be a policy that they can show up at board meetings and encourage us to change if they don't like. So it may encourage people to vote for it. I think that's what she was saying. So in a sense, we're amending the motion that we made through this back and forth without going through individual motions like that. Is there other discussion of this before we bring this to a final vote? Holly, go ahead. Oops, your Holly flashed on and off.
No, I'm here. To Sue's point, I understand that any means of communication is already in statute, but did that that last sentence, does that need to also be changed to read any means of communication?
Order set policy.
Well, phone is an electronic means.
Yeah, I don't know what other any means are anymore other than some kind of digital stuff, but electronics kind of a catchword for some of that. Drew, you have to deal with some of this at times where you have to deal with policy having to do with communications and whether it's electronic or something else. How's this sounding to you?
Yeah, I think like you're saying, it's all those would be electronic anymore with phone. I think it reads well.
All right, are there any other suggested changes to this motion?
I'm having trouble getting my hand up. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kirsten, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. It may be just the board of directors shall establish a policy concerning this bylaw. That way we don't worry about the attendance. That we cut out all that other stuff because that obviously it's going to be about the bylaw.
Board of Directors shall establish a policy consistent with this provision. Oh, I like that. Again, it simplifies things and lets the policy provide the details. Okay, good suggestion. All right, we have a motion to pass this policy. We've sort of loosely had several amendments that we've ad hoc put in here to change the wording of it, but I think it's gone okay. Is there any other discussion on this before I put this to a vote? Graham, if you would roll up to the first part. We really worked hard on the second part, but not as much on the first, because this part simply added a sentence. Graham, where did the wording for that sentence come from primarily?
This again came from Holy Cross Electric's amended bylaws, and I believe also Poudre Valley. I believe they're represented by the same legal counsel. So this was passed by both of those sister co-ops.
All right, so what we're asking the members to vote on would be to add a couple of sentences to section 1 on the annual meeting, and then to add a new section 6 under Article 2. Section 1, section 6 under Article 4. Okay. Is there any further discussion on this? All those who are in favor of passing Resolution 2021-03 to put this out for the members to vote on, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any who oppose this resolution, please unmute and let me know. And any who wish to abstain? All right, we have another anonymous, what's the word? Everybody approved it. Unanimous. How can we have all these unanimous things? We're just not fighting like we used to. We've got to get something we all fight over and vote 6-4, 6-5. It's just no fun anymore. Well, I take all that back. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. That was good work. Is there anything else on the policy committee, Sue, that you have?
No, that's all for this month.
All right. Then looking back, the next thing that we would look to is Rachel. You're going to give us a board retreat update. But first thing I'll ask you, Rachel, is I did sign a contract and send it back. That was the last attached thing I saw. Was that the correct one? And am I done? Are we okay?
I will defer to Graham, but I believe we are done, and that'll be my update. We've just been working on the back end to get the contract signed and run it through legal and make sure it all looks good. I believe we have succeeded, signed a contract, and Tabor and Jonathan asked for any updates, and they've been waiting on that contract. And now we'll start reaching out to you all. So.
Graham, did you see that email I sent go through with my signature? It looks okay? That was the version, the correct version?
That was the correct version, and I saw Rachel forward that on to Tabor. And so I believe that contract is in place.
Okay, so Rachel, say a couple of words briefly about what that contract said to fill us all in.
Yeah, so it's just a contract setting the terms of work with the CDR associates. And if you recall, this just matches the scope of work that we all had approved, and it was facilitating our conversation around power supply. That date has been set. It's April 14th, 11 to 3. I know, unfortunately, Tim for sure can't be there because it conflicts with another meeting he has, but based on the doodle poll, that was the only time where most of us could be anywhere. And so, yeah, leading up to that, one other piece in that contract was that Tabor and Jonathan would do individual calls with each of us just to get some forward information. And then following our discussion on the 14th, they will kind of draft up an evaluation process for us all that we'll be able to work through. And then they're going to kind of package all of their findings and suggestions and send those out to us following the whole process and procedure. So.
Well, please, fellow directors, put that on your calendar. And obviously, if something's able to change for Tim, your conflict or whatever, to attend part of it, that would be great. But I know it's really tough to get all this together in anything but our annually established meetings. So that's the best we were able to do. Now, Rachel, I'm going to ask you, you keep mentioning we're going to discuss power supply. Are we able to add anything else into this discussion, or how strict is this going to be?
Yeah, I guess our next steps on the planning committee and what was brought forward is that we'll meet up with Jonathan and Tabor just to kind of draft the true flow and design of the meeting itself. So I guess there's an opportunity to add some things. If you recall, we originally did have a much broader scope of work that had been proposed, and then that got redrafted for something quite a bit narrower, and using this power supply, that topic is really this opportunity to explore the mechanics of good governance, our board dynamic and way we work together, things of those sorts. And so I should say in their facilitation, Tabor and Jonathan are aware those are key things that we wanted to address. And so they are intent on designing a process that draws those things to the forefront, gives us some tools and skills, but also helps to draw out questions around power supply. But yeah, I have a whole list of other things people wanted to include in there, including staff's request that we set some firm numbers around local renewable targets and some other things. So I guess what I would like to do propose for next steps is that when our planning committee gets together, we also meet with Britt and Jessica as part of that conversation to make sure it's tying in with kind of everyone's big picture.
All right, the other thing that kind of ties in that it's probably already on your list, but if not, it'll add to it, and I appreciate that you'll include us in your next planning session, would be the part of our strategic plan that's dealing with our carbon target. I think the board needs some general discussion about that. We've kind of neglected that. We've got a couple questions for you. Dan Huntington, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yes, I got an email for a Zoom meeting from this committee with no date, no time, or nothing on it. Is that spam or is that legit?
Date for this committee. And who is it from? Could you tell, Dan?
Is it Janelle?
Yes. It was from Janelle.
Let's see. It's got a date and time on it. Wednesday, 4/14, 11 to 3.
Well, you know what happens a lot on those, because I used to hit that a lot more. I suspect, Dan, is that the email reader you're using wasn't able to handle that type of attachment because it's put in as some kind of a calendar invite thing, and what gets sent out via LPEA's email for calendar invites wasn't, you might say, across the board standard, although more and more companies are making it readable. So that's probably why it looked funny to you.
Okay, thank you.
Dan, I can just reformat it and send it to you in all in an email if that's helpful.
Yeah, I used to really struggle with that, and I'd have to go use a whole nother
This was
email
on
reader.
my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw it on my phone, but I haven't opened it on my laptop, so it's probably there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Look different there. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So just to clarify, I have a conflict because that's the date of the standing time for the fast track board meeting. And I'm missing it today for this board meeting. And I don't feel it's appropriate to miss 2 in a row here. So I think that clarification is worth expressing. I also would like to ask Rachel and whoever to ensure that we confirm who is going to be there soon. People need to give that confirmation, because if there are others, maybe one of the goals of this committee was to have full participation, and as a committee member, I can't. So I've been put in this awkward situation twice now, 2 months in a row, and I would like us to confirm the rest of the board will be there as well, or we should change it. By the way, I had the same problem Dan had. If I accept that, it puts a date in a calendar, but there was nothing in the body of that message to give me a time and a date. So maybe that has to do with my email client. I'm not sure, but
You should have also got an email stating date and time separate from
I did get an
me.
email from you, but not with the not with the Zoom stuff.
And Drew, I don't know if that's something that when a calendar invite is sent out, you have some choices about how it's sent out. Maybe you could work with Janelle to find the most standard possible, but I know that's been a problem going back quite a while off and on.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that we'll look into what's going on with it and resend an invitation if necessary. So.
Okay. Sue, go ahead.
Right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we would all be getting an agenda prior to that, the date, so we could all look at it and see if we might want to add something more to it or have any changes.
Got that on the notes. Thank you.
All right. And to confirm that you're going to attend, it's probably best, I'm thinking, Rachel, what do you think? Just send you an email and say, I'm going to be there.
That sounds great. Actually, just send me an email. I will be there or I won't be there.
All right. Could all of the directors, I think we're all here now. That includes Bob, who's like been gone. I haven't even heard him yet. Bob, are you there? Are you alive? Yes. Okay. We're all going to send Rachel an email confirming that we're going to make the retreat April the 14th. And if something's come up where several of us can't, we'll work on something else. But I know it's tough to get us all together unless it's on the certain time. Okay. Anything else on the retreat, this agenda item? So next, we should be expecting email from one of those gentlemen or the people of that company to set up a time to talk to us. That's correct?
Correct. From Tabor, who identifies as she, her, hers, and from Jonathan, who's a he, him, his.
Okay, and you can, I think most of those that come through, maybe they get marked as spam, depending on how they're sent. So at some point, Rachel, you probably have to follow up to make sure everybody's gotten contacted. Okay, appreciate that. Let's look at the next item on the agenda now. Let's see, it's 11:45. We've got broadband, the unclaimed capital credit disposition review grant cycle. I don't know if there's a page that goes with that. I couldn't figure it out. Whose item is that?
That's me. There should be something in there, Brett.
Okay, can you tell me how to...
have a quick look.
53.
Yeah, page 53.
Just the one pager.
Oh, okay. So it had to do with how much money is available for a roundup and other things, and is what it was.
Correct.
Okay, page 53. I've got it up now. So Carl, go ahead.
Do you want me to share that, or is everyone looking at it?
Why don't you share it real quick so
Sure.
you can blow up the part you want to talk about.
As usual, I've got too many things open.
Carl, do you just want to speak to it for right now?
Sorry, there we go. Okay, so right now we have, let's go back a little bit. So as of 2017, the amounts that were retired in 2017, we have this 4-year gap where if they are not claimed at the end of that 4 years, then those amounts are transferred into this reacquired capital credit fund. So we give the members this 4 years. We publish the names as we mentioned earlier. Every year And then we are left with this amount that is transferred into the amount reacquired. And for 2021, that amount was $476,000. When I put this together at the beginning of March, there's obviously the danger that we may have some claims made in the gap between when I sent this to Janelle and when I talked to you, and I can let you know that we are actually $50 less than I thought. So it's nothing to be concerned about. So we also had 45,000 carried over from 2020. So that gives us a pot, if you like, of $522,700 that we are looking to allocate in 2021. And this, what I have highlighted in yellow, is my proposal for that allocation this year. So the $60,000 to round up, that is that's the $5,000 a month, which Graham, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is in that's part of a policy. But that's the amount that we do.
Yeah,
Thank
policy
you.
203.
Yeah, as you can see in 2017, it was 4,000. So I'm saying that that should remain consistent. We also have this contribution to a GED fund in both La Plata and Archuleta counties, which is $2,100. I am saying that should remain the same as in 2020. I do have a slightly significantly increased number for scholarships. These were substantially lower in 2020 as some recipients they were decided that they could take a scholarship, but because they deferred going, that those funds were not applied. So I have kind of a catch up there to put that up to $100,000. Now, down below, we put $200,000 towards our rate stabilization fund last year. As we know, we used $1 million of that rate stabilization fund last year when we deferred the rate increase. And so that put us at 2.2 million at the end of 2020. The Finance and Audit Committee put forward a proposal that we want to get that increased to 4 million this year. We are now at 3.2. If you approve this extra 200, this gets us to 3.4, and we would be well on the way to our target for 2021 of having that $4 million rate stabilization fund in place for any future emergency. The $150,000 is to go to my proposal that goes to the Innovative Projects Fund. This was something we funded in 2018 as well. The idea here is when we look at the success and the publicity positive publicity we've gained from the electric bus project, things like that would qualify as an innovative project. I think Dan would agree with me. Obviously, those monies would not come from this because we had already budgeted for them, but this would enable us to pursue some other, not necessarily similar, but other innovative projects promoting energy efficiency, beneficial electrification in our community, in our service territory, but they would be items above and beyond what we had already budgeted because they would be coming from this fund. So that's our proposal for the usage of those funds. Any questions?
Okay, I've got the first one, and we've got three others so far, Carl. The scholarships are a certain amount of numbers given each year, but I would guess that behind the scenes, there's actually an account or a pool of money because you're not going to spend it to the dollar like that every year. So do you have any idea about tell me about what's behind the scenes?
Right, yes, so we do allocate the amount, and then there's a behind the scenes in accounting terms, there's an entry where you fund that particular account, which has its own ledger balance. And there was something left over from the 72,000, which is why you see that we had a carryover into this year. Hillary may be a better source on exactly how much we spent in 2020. You know that off the top of your head, Hillary?
Yeah, I know that 2020 was a bit of an outlier year because we had a number of students who chose to defer their scholarship until schools were open in person. This is the first year that this has ever been an issue because of COVID, and we decided to allow students to defer up to 1 year. So some of the funds that had been allocated to be spent in 2020 were not. However, we do anticipate they will be spent this year.
Would it, I don't know if we've always spent to the dollar in previous years. If so, then there's no behind the scenes, here's how much is in that pool. If there is a behind the scenes, how much is in that pool, there should be a line added to this spreadsheet so we would know each year how much is in is unspent scholarships.
Jeannie is the mastermind of this. My understanding is that we do allocate each one of our scholarships every year to someone. I believe that it does get close to that dollar amount spent.
Okay, we'll leave that as if a reason to add that line, you add it. If it's not, you'll let us know. Now we get on to some additional questions. Rachel, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I think kind of along those lines, actually, maybe I'm misreading this, but I was looking at the financials for Roundup, and I know there's, if I read it correctly, there's 41,000 plus carried over of last year's unclaimed, I think that's what it is, of last year's unclaimed capital credits.
Right.
So would this make $100,000 in that pool? And maybe the Roundup Fund folks, like, if so, what's the thought or strategy there? Would that be helpful? Is it just sitting there and thus there's a better way to put this money to use?
Well, the 41,000 excess is of the total. So it just kind of flows into our pot with our 470 that carried through from the 2017 unclaimed credits. As Graham said, there's a policy on what we contribute to Roundup just from this fund each month, and then the rest of the Roundup funding would come from obviously people rounding up on their bills and one-off contributions. Does that not answer the question?
Well, the prior year, you have a line item that says prior year carryover. What fund, what account, you might say, is that referring to?
Total, not one in particular.
So that's the total amount of unclaimed capital credits pool.
Correct.
Okay.
From 2016 that were not used in 2020.
Is that, so if I'm looking at the board packet, page 65, this is the balance sheet for Roundup. So that's that final column you're talking about, the LPEA unclaimed capital credits this year as of 1/31/21.
My hunch is, Rachel, the Roundup accounting is separate from this one Carl's talking about. Carl, address that?
Yeah, that's correct, Brett.
Okay.
So Roundup has their pool of money they're given, and then they work it up and down as necessary. But then there's this other pool of unclaimed capital credits that we work up and down as necessary.
Yeah, I see that those are very similar numbers, and that's pure coincidence.
Okay. And the
page 53, Rachel.
What's that?
Page 53.
Yeah, I'm on page 53 also.
But she is looking up ahead at that other page, which also has how much is carried over from Roundup. And it was very similar to that amount, but they really are independent things.
And I guess my question is more about just, I know when I sat on Roundup, there was pressure from the board and then also internal to spend down our standing balance. And there's somehow this tied to that at that point. So if that, I know we have Roundup board members here, so if that's a non-issue, I dropped my question because I don't understand the mechanics of it all. As long as money's going to get used and go to good places, it's great.
Yeah, and it is a little of a non-issue because our policy actually is where we control how much we put to Roundup each year. Then independently Roundup decides what to do with that. But is that correct? And there was a mention of that policy. Could somebody verify that?
Yeah, that's policy 203. I mean, I can give you the subsection of it, but it looks like 203 Roman numeral 2 D1. Cooperative will allocate $5,000 per month from the contributed unclaimed capital credits to Roundup.
Yeah, and we had that was one of those non-unanimous votes I was talking about from a few years back. We thought about how much to get over there. We can certainly change the amount, but at the moment, that's why that number is exactly that.
Correct.
That helps me understand. Awesome. Thank you. And then there are just two other questions, and maybe other folks have these as well. And they're kind of bigger conversations perhaps, but I'm curious, basically the Innovative Projects Fund proposal in some ways this ties back to what Dan was presenting on last month, right? Where it's like when this was put out to the community as community projects grants, the efficacy, the feasibility, basically it just didn't work as much because you had a bunch of nonprofits really excited for solar, but not necessarily understanding the mechanics of it all. Is there any way that this can tie back into or have some sort of voice from the community? I'm almost thinking like a project advisory council, basically because I have emails in my inbox. People are wanting to know if this grant is going to get released.
Again, I think we're talking about different things. In my understanding of the Innovative Project Fund, if that's money for the staff to spend, but you have to clear me on that. But then there's this other thing, which is our green fund. Dan, could you clarify if there's a difference between these two?
The green fund that's building local renewable projects is a different fund from the Innovative Project Fund.
And the Innovative Project, go ahead, excuse me.
I was just going to say, and if you recall, we presented the Green Energy Fund last board meeting, what the plan was. So the Innovation Fund is totally different. And what we're trying to do is create it to provide incentives for the public to do beneficial electrification. Like the college would like to convert their buses over to electric vehicles, and that would help all of our membership because it helps spread multiple benefits. I hope that provides a little bit more information.
Yeah, I was just getting them all confused.
And I can see that too. And how these actually overlap is sometimes not so clear as who decides what to spend one. Of course, we always have that final thing, but there's the other question I've related to that is if the Innovative Project Fund again has a pool behind the scenes or an accounting amount, how much is in that? Has it all been spent?
As of right now, there is 150,000 in there. This would increase it to 300,000.
Okay, and back in history, the person who caused this line item to be added was a Doug Lyon of Fort Lewis College. Interestingly enough, he wanted there to be something that would give staff some flexibility to do things they otherwise wouldn't do. And I don't know that it's necessarily been wildly successful, but it's there. So Rachel, does that help? It is a bit confusing. All right, Bob Lynch, go ahead.
Thanks, Britt. That's what I was going to ask about. And I understand the different pots, the Innovation Fund and the Green Fund. But my specific question off the bat, when I first put my hand up was, had the 150 been spent? Because I didn't remember ever doing that in an innovation orientation. So now I hear that it hasn't been spent, right? So there's 150 sitting there. We're going to put another 150 against it. So that's 300 separate from the Green Fund to do something innovative with. When we first set that up, and Doug advocated for that, we talked a lot about learning more about batteries plus solar and all that. So I'll just kind of encourage the staff to go ahead and, when the time's right, develop a plan to spend that money. Not frivolously, but in this time of innovation and opportunity to put it to work. So glad we have it, and I didn't think it had been spent. I think I've heard now it hasn't, and we now would have $300,000 to work against a future project. So
Ooh, Dominic's gonna love that.
Spend that money, Dan.
You know, and the electric school bus was almost something we could have considered for this, but it ended up having a good solid payback with demand mitigation. So, but if I'd look at that fund as something that can tilt the scales to make a project that, like you said, that we wouldn't do otherwise possible.
Yeah, and I think it maybe even goes a bit beyond that too. We want to encourage you to think of that something sooner rather than later is what I'm hearing. Sue, go ahead. Sue Williams.
All right, thank you. I have to say, I don't like putting the 350,000 basically between the innovative project and the rate stabilization fund where you have suggested. And I guess this goes back to Carl, is there a way to put that back into the amount that we then return back to our members in our next capital credit funds that go back to the members?
Well, remember, these are unclaimed. We tried to give it back and they weren't there to take it. So now what do we do with it? There's some state law related to that. So let me turn to Graham for that.
Okay, yeah, so under our policies, right, the capital contributions of members are allocated to specific members. And so when those specific members don't claim those funds under our policies, those revert to the association as free capital and then are redistributed according to policy 203. So we would have, if we wanted to do it that way, where we repooled where we effectively reallocated previously allocated capital credits to different members than they were originally allocated for, we'd have to really redo our policies. I think even our bylaws, because I think this is addressed all the way up at the bylaw level on that.
Well, yeah, we're not going to take this money and redirect it. We've got plenty of other capital credits to give out, but Sue certainly can suggest other ways to do this that can be categorized in here. And frankly, one thing I thought of is we have all these kind of little line items for things. We just finished spending the COVID fund for people who are desperate and can't pay their bills. You know, that's probably comes up every once in a while. I know it would be hard to create a group that would say, well, these people are more deserving than those people, but maybe there are some people who, if we had a little money to set aside all the time to help those few people out, could be done. So that would be another example of something there. Let's see, I'm up to Tim. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. So people have sort of talked around a couple of things that I had some questions on. First, the Innovative Project Funds has 150,000 that hasn't been used since 2018, looks like. So I wonder why we're putting more money into that if we haven't utilized what was provided previously. So I also recall a conversation about rate stabilization last year, that this wasn't going to be an ongoing thing out of the unclaimed capital credits. Maybe there's a good reason for that. I'm very open to that. But my view would be what could benefit the most members at this point would be something like what Britt was just talking about. How do we direct some of this to the folks who are our members and have the most difficult time paying their bills? Could be COVID related, could be low income, could be a number of things in that regard. So if we're going to utilize some of this funding, I would like to see it somehow directed on that basis, which I'm pretty sure could be spent every year rather than held in a fund that doesn't get spent. I'm very open to the idea of a innovative, well, I would probably not call it innovative projects. I'd call it R&D or something like that. But I also think that should be more rate-based than hoping for some windfall from year to year that then just gets preserved. So if we really need something like that, we should be utilizing it and having it not be spent almost 3 years later. It seems like it points to not a very crushing need. So, so I don't know. I think I have questions about this allocation. I'm not being convinced that this is the best utilization at this point. So,
can I speak to that, Tim? I would say that we allocate $50,000 to a COVID relief fund last year, and we can see it took a full year for that to be fully utilized. I don't want to downplay hardship in the community, but to me, that doesn't say that there is a huge demand for $150,000 to go there again. The rate stabilization fund, I feel, is the method by which we reach every member, because we used $1 million of that last year so that we could defer increasing the rates, and that affected everybody positively. So in terms of rate stabilization, that would be my argument, that I think we do want to get to that $4 million level. This will help us get there. I do recall that we talked about it not being a regular thing, but I think if we get to that $4 million this year, which my current forecasts show we will get there, then it doesn't have to be. I do feel, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, that perhaps there wasn't as much of an appetite under previous management to do these kind of projects that there is now. And I think we have a number of ideas already on how not just 150, but the full 300,000 could be used to benefit the wider community and gain more positive publicity, not on that kind of cynical thing, we want to look good, but because we've done something that is good.
Well, and I would just add, though, that the innovation fund that we're looking at is in order to meet the policies that the board passed. So one of them is the carbon goal and keeping our rates low. So what we'd like to use the money is to actually promote people to convert from gas, propane, go to electric, provide incentives for electric vehicles, maybe build a battery storage plus solar project, which are now coming out in the news that are dropping significantly in price. I mean, I was just on this two-day call with other co-ops across the US, and they are all thinking about resilient networks. And this would help us potentially build a solar plus battery to help support the hospital if it went down, help support the police if they lost power. So we're talking about resilient networks. That is what we're hoping to use this money, which benefits the entire membership. So I just hope that the board looks to this as an opportunity for us to move the needle and to continue meeting the goals and objectives that you all set forward.
Can I just finish here? I wasn't quite complete there. So I do appreciate those responses, and I'm not suggesting it's all or nothing in this case, but I also think that the experience of setting aside money for COVID relief and for extended payment plans has reduced our receivables very significantly and helped our membership during what is a tough time that is not finished yet. And that reduction in receivables and support for the people who are struggling with their electric bills does help every member. If we have receivables that can't be collected, this affects all members, right? So, I'm not saying I'm opposed to this. I'm saying I think some allocation or reallocation around this might be considered. And I'm supportive of R&D and that kind of thing, but I also say, for the almost 3 years I've been on the board, I've heard about this, but I haven't seen action. So what else can I say? I hear the aspiration, but I don't see the action. So would I put more money into into aspirations without action? Was that the right thing to do or not? So maybe it's reallocating these in a way that provides that kind of relief that helps all the members, some rate stabilization, and a lower number into the innovative project funds until we see the action that is forthcoming out of there and look at how we fund that in the future. So that's my input. Thank you.
Okay, we've still got four or five questions on this. We actually don't even have a motion yet to move this forward or not. We could go with a motion and then amendments to try and get this tied up. We could also, well, we can go till 12:30 probably and then try and take a break. So to get this done, remember that we can move to accept this, make some motions to move amendments to move money around or whatever, and then try and drive those to a vote to see if we can get there. We still have some hands up, so I'm gonna go ahead and start going through those hands, but make sure anybody I call on, if you're willing to push this forward, go ahead and make a motion too, and then we can try and get a decision on this. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I think my question really has been similar to Tim's, and so perhaps what I'm trying to understand is why do we think the need is gone, and what evidence do you have of that from the COVID stabilization side of things? Because I am curious about that particular piece. I just looked at unemployment rates. The latest in the county were 8.9%, up from 2.3% same time last year. They're old data. It's from December. That's the latest you can get. But I am kind of curious, have you been in conversations with SURF, with SEEK, some of those other agencies really that have their finger on that pulse, and they're like, no, we're out of the woods. We've all got enough support. Utilities are covered. I know you're seeing less calls, so that's one data point, but that was something I found myself a bit curious about.
Carl, any comment?
I think just to restate that the fact that it took us a year to get through that initial $50,000 allocation, I found that incredibly surprising. I thought it would be gone in a month.
Well, I'll give one point of context then on that, because these are meetings I sit in all the time. And I think one of the things with that is there was a huge wave of support initially, and now some of those programs are rolling up. I think one of the biggest things we have coming down the pike is the projection of 80,000 people getting evicted in the next couple of months, right? So they've just been kind of paying the bills they have to pay at the front end and accumulating others on the back end. And so I don't know, I agree with Tim in the sense that this money, it took a year, but it did get used. And if you're that person that needs that bill paid, it doesn't matter, it took a year for that money to get pulled down. This is a difference.
You can
I can provide some context to that fund too. What we were finding we had a team that was responsible for viewing the applications. And what we were finding was in the applications that we were rejecting it was the same people coming back again and again, or it was people who weren't able to prove that their economic hardship was COVID related. So it was a lot of people who had already had economic hardships who, were, we couldn't specifically tie it to COVID. And so those two main reasons were why it just took a while to get through the funds. To your point, Rachel, as far as is there a need in the community with SURF? I mean, always. They would love to take our money and they would use it for very good things. But I think it's just a question of where the board feels those funds are going to be most well spent to support the most of our membership, the majority of our membership.
All right. John Witchell, go ahead.
So I think we have this sort of the basic scaffolding here for what everybody wants. There's clearly a little bit of need for COVID. There's some need for COVID relief, but we have some, we have staff support for the innovation fund. We have, desire. There's clear intent. Technology innovation benefits everybody. So I think we can try to push this forward with a motion. And so I'd like to make that motion and say, stop me if I'm wrong, out of line. as you point at me.
I'll second that.
Okay, I was just trying to say, your motion is to accept column 2021 as presented, and it has been seconded by Holly. Am I correct on that motion?
That is correct.
All right, now I'm looking for discussion, which could include any amendments to move the money around, and we'll vote on those. Holly, you're up next.
Great, thank you. One of the last classes I took within our ECA was the 5 pillars of leadership. And one of those pillars that they identified was being innovative. Leadership must be innovative. And so moving forward into, this is a really complex industry in the first place, but it's really undergoing a whole heck of a lot of innovations right now. So I am fully supportive of going ahead and passing this motion that will keep the $150,000 to be moved towards an innovative projects fund.
All right, no amendment there, and support is moved. And Kirsten, you're up next.
Sorry, I meant to undo. Thanks.
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead. Oops, Kirsten. She's all right. Rachel, you're up next.
I'd like to amend the motion, get rowdy over here, and shift 50,000 out of the rate stabilization fund to put towards COVID relief. And
All
keep
right.
everything else.
And would you make that, do you think it's specifically COVID related, or would it be hardship fund of some kind?
Oh, I don't know how specific we have to get here, but I was thinking instead of LPEA having to figure out a program, it could be a SURF donation.
Okay. So there's an amendment made to move 50,000 out of rate stabilization to the next line below that, the relief. Is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second this.
Tim has seconded it. Now we're in discussion of that amendment, and Rachel's hand's already up, and Tim, you got anything else, or I'm gonna on that amendment?
Well, I wasn't quite sure I heard the first motion and second. Was that?
The first motion was to accept this allocation of retired capital credits as lined out in column 2021, the last column, and that was seconded and supported.
And those were verbally made?
Yes, John Witchell made the motion and Holly seconded it, and then she spoke as to why she did that.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify. I didn't quite hear that. Thank you.
Okay, and now we've got an amendment to move 50K from rate stabilization down. Is there any further discussion on that amendment? Sue?
I guess I want clarification on that one, because Rachel said to move it down to the COVID, but then she also said to the SURF funds. I guess I would prefer it to be specific to SURF and not just COVID relief within the organization.
Rachel?
I guess that sounds great to me, especially it sounds like for staff, yeah, it's a lot of work, I know, for y'all, and if it wasn't legit, or like you're saying, you didn't find great sources, and I feel like SURF organizations and their causes do. So I support that too.
All right, the amendment is to move 50K and then move that over to SURF, so it's not going to go into our relief fund, but SURF would handle that. Okay, that's the amendment on the table now. Is there any more discussion to that amendment? Okay, all those who are in favor of that amendment to move that 50K, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 All those opposed, please unmute and let me know.
Aye.
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 John? Okay, we've got John, Holly, who else? Bob, and Dan. We have 4 opposed.
I'm opposed.
John Witchell's opposed to moving that money to SURF. So we've got 5 opposed. So it's still majority carries. Okay, so that amendment just barely passed. Yay, something wasn't unanimous. Not that we need that. That amendment passed. So Carl, you've got to move your line items a little bit now. It's only 150, the rate stabilization fund. Is there any more discussion of the motion, which is to accept this now, with that 150K change? Any more discussion? All right, all in favor of this allocation of the retired capital credits, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I do.
Unmute, say, okay, Sue's opposed, and anybody else who's opposed? John's opposed? Any other opposition? Okay, then this passes as well, with 2 in opposition. And are any who are choose not to vote? Okay. All right, then this is passed. We have that one change that we made to it. And now we are going to take a lunch break. And after the lunch break, we'll get back started. Resolution, delegating director. We've got quite a few things. We'll see what we get back to. It's 12:23, so I'm going to try and get it started at 12:53 and get one thing out of the way, and then we'll go on with Matt Larson. So I'm going to try and get it started back at 12:53. So at this point, I put us on break. Thank you.
Okay, Dan, Dan's taken off. Bye, Dan. Is that right?
Yes,
Bye, Dan.
I've got it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, have a great month. Bye-bye.
Okay, are we coming back to life out there? Okay, let's see if we can get started. We can take care of one thing pretty quickly, I think. That's on the agenda. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One thing that's not hard to do is if anybody has any travel and training requests. We, of course, haven't had much travel, but there's been a little training going on here and there. Does anybody have any such requests now that they can let us know on and that the board can approve? Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple of training possibilities coming up. I think they're before the next board meeting. I don't have the specific dates, but I'd like to go ahead and get approval. These are both NRECA training.
All right. Kirsten has requested to do some NRECA training courses. Hallie, go ahead.
I too wanted to do some of the NRECA courses coming up. There's one at the end of March, but I do not want to request a per diem.
All right. Hallie's got a request for a course, no per diem. Are there other requests? I'm not seeing any. Okay, we've got 2 requests for training that the board needs to approve. May I have a motion to approve the training requests that have been made?
So moved.
I see Joe Lewandowski moved it. May I have a second?
Second by Kohler.
Second by Kohler. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving these training requests, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any opposed? Please unmute and say nay. And any abstentions? Okay.
Rachel abstains. Sorry, I came late, so I don't know what's going on.
Don't even know what we're doing. Rachel abstains. Okay, which makes sense. Those training requests are approved. It happens to be just a few minutes to 1 o'clock, and Matt Larson would tentatively be with us at 1. Let's see if he's out in the attendee list. Not yet. All right, let's see if there's something else we can get of. Those are resolutions, resolution. One of them that probably is not difficult would be Resolution 2021-05 is on page 59, according to my notes. Yes. This one should, I think, go pretty easily. We just need a brief explanation of it. Delegation of contract approval authority. Who would explain it, Jessica or Graham?
It'd be Graham.
Graham, go ahead. Why are we passing this?
We've had a capital improvement projects that have gone out to bid, and in order to meet our time frame for getting those projects complete, we want the contractors to start to move on the project by April 1st. Those bids don't come back until March 12th. So because of our early board meeting this month, we aren't able to put those contracts in front of the board for approval under our board policies. Construction contracts in excess of $250,000 need to be approved by the board. But what has happened to these projects, and they are Durango West 1 cable replacement phase 3, Durango West 1 cable replacement phase 4, Rockwood cable replacement, and the Bodo Park 151 reconductor. Those have all been specifically budgeted under the capital projects budget. They have specific line item numbers. So I'm going to show my screen really quickly. What we're asking for, just to be able to meet this time frame, is to have the board of directors delegate its authority to sign these contracts to the CEO, so long as such contracts conform with the line items allocated to such projects by the board previously. So the idea is that these amounts have already been approved. It's just that we, in one of our sort of redundant policies, we have to go back and then have the board approve the entire contract itself, which is basically a form contract that we've used. It's the old RUS contract. So there's really nothing new or controversial in the contract itself. So that's what we're asking for, is the authority for these contracts to be signed by the CEO as long as they're conform with the line items allocated.
All right, Jessica, anything to add? Nope.
No, just that this is one of the policies that we're going to go back and look at because it is redundant in nature. So we'll bring this to the policy committee.
All right, then I'll ask for a motion on this. John Lee, your hand is up. John, go ahead.
I move for resolution 2021-05 be acted on.
All right, John has moved that we act on this. Is there a second?
Second by Holly.
Second by Holly. Is there any further discussion on this resolution? Kohler, go ahead.
And just a quick question, because it shows under the chart that has all the, when these things are going to be done as far as the capital budget. The two of them don't start till the third quarter, but are they actually going to start the work in April for those two? Is that what I understand?
Yes, Jerry can answer that because he has the construction schedule.
So all the capital projects are bid on at one time. And so for the upcoming year, for this year. And so those projects will not start until third quarter, but we do want them to start work on the other projects by April 1st. That is in our agreement.
So I guess the question is, why were they included on the resolution if they don't start till third quarter?
Because they are bidding on the projects for the entire year.
Oh, thank you. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion to approve this resolution? I'm not seeing any, so all those who approve resolution 2021-05, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Any who are opposed? And any who abstain, let me know. All right, that motion to approve resolution 2021-05 did pass unanimously. Let's see if we've got no Matt yet. I don't see Matt. We will then continue on. That one I thought would go pretty fast, and it did. I think the one for Pagosa Springs should go okay now. It's Pagosa's done with it, so it's just a matter of us accepting it. So let's give a shot to resolution 2021-04. That's on page 58, according to my notes. The resolution, yes, it is 58. The Town of Pagosa Springs franchise, and this is the one where it looked like a lot of the text had been removed from 2 versions because you provided us the entire franchise agreement before. Who can then address this? Will this be you, Graham?
Yes. So
okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Share my. Pardon me. I can go ahead and share my screen here. One thing I'll note: the draft resolution that was posted to Director Point does have some formatting issues, and you can see we've got those fixed here. We've got the word agreement isn't split across lines anymore, and the whereas paragraphs are broken out again. So I believe we've got all of the drafting issues changed. But all I would say on this, that one change that has happened since the last time we discussed this last month was that when the town council did decide to enact this ordinance on their final reading, they took the franchise fee out. So there will be no franchise fee associated with this franchise agreement at least until January 1st, 2022. Under the terms of that franchise agreement, new franchise fees or changed franchise fees go into effect on January 1st, and they have to have at least 60 days notice. So for at least the first several months of having this franchise right, we will have it without any fee associated with it.
Would they have to modify that agreement and come back to us if they want to add a fee?
They can modify it by their vote, and I think that is tracks with a lot of our other franchise agreements and a lot of Pagosa Springs other franchise agreements. I think that was a pretty consistent term that they had. So, yes.
All right. And I certainly admit I glanced through it, but did not read it in detail. I'm assuming that you've looked to make sure that it satisfies LPEA's needs to the right-of-way in Pagosa Springs.
Yes, yes. I went back over both Pagosa Springs existing franchise agreements with other utilities, specifically Black Hills that does the natural gas there, and also our franchise with the city of Durango, and made sure that they conformed to each other in their relevant parts. So yeah, I think this does, as I think we've covered before, that franchise agreements basically work like a super right of way for us to have non-exclusive access to all of the city's existing rights of way within city limits.
Okay, well, I appreciate that background. Now we'll see if there's somebody who wants to make a motion or otherwise comment on this. Kohler, go ahead.
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-04.
All right, a motion's been made to approve this. Can I have a second and tell me who it is?
This is Bob. I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Bob Lynch. Well, that's appropriate since it's Pagosa. The motion has been made and seconded to approve resolution 2021-04. Is there any further discussion of this? Tim, go ahead.
Sorry, I just muted instead of unmuting there. Sorry. Thanks. So I'd like to hear from the Archuleta representatives on the board as to what how they perceive this. It's a good thing. You guys live with it. We won't live with it so much over in Lapata County. You guys all support that?
I'll chime in since I seconded it. You know, we talked about it last time, and the concern is the franchise fee being tacked on the bill and it being perceived as an LPEA charge. And I think Hillary explained a lot about the communication, and I think the communication will address that. Further, today learning that they're not going to do the franchise fee now helps. And I guess I'd say I support it because probably almost everybody has a franchise agreement, and it's a good legal document to have to work with. And as long as, and even if they put the franchise fee in, I think they're talking about a percentage that's significantly lower than La Plata County and Durango, or City of Durango. So for those reasons, I'm good with it.
Hallie, Kirsten, any further comments? Hallie, go ahead.
I know also from talking to our town manager that it is in their charter that they have to have one in place. So this has been a process that I know that staff has been working on for a long time. So I'm good with it. Thank you for asking, Tim.
Okay. Anybody got anything else? Kirsten's okay with it. I saw her give the signal. Any more discussion? All right, with that, all those who are in favor of the motion to pass resolution 2021-04, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 Any who oppose passing this, please let me know. And any who abstain. Okay, that resolution 2021-04 has passed unanimously. All right, it looks as if Matt Larson is with us. Matt, if you can let us see your face, your handsome face. Thank you so much, and that lovely smile. Matt, we don't have a newspaper with us this time. I don't know why. So we do have 4 attendees and of course our board. So if you would please go ahead and give us what has happened related to FERC, the Colorado PUC, and the Adams County case that you can discuss in public. We would appreciate that. And then we will go on to executive session.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. Probably the reason there's no newspaper, I guess I haven't been newsworthy lately, and I don't think I'm newsworthy necessarily today either. We've got the respective FERC cases moving forward. They continue to be in a settlement posture that applies to both the rate case. I'll have an update on that in executive session, as well as the CTP case with regard to the contract termination payment. So those remain in front of a settlement judge. The other update that I think we talked about some last time is we did join with several other member cooperatives to file a quick complaint at FERC in an effort to get Tri-State to disclose a CTP number for LPEA. They've refused to do that to this point. So, WeBelt kind of took the lead on doing that. We did join in along with all the other members that have requested it. So that'll be moving forward at FERC, and Tri-State's response to that is due on March the 18th. But the sole purpose of that is very limited, and it's just to get Tri-State to produce a number since they've been unwilling to produce a number to date. So that's what's going on kind of at the FERC side. Adams County remains with the judge. We're in the exact same position as it was last month. As I mentioned, these cases can move slow here at the beginning. So that's really not a huge update coming out of Adams County. And then as regard to the PUC, I think we talked about last month, United Power has sought an appeal of the PUC decision with regard to the non-utility members. That's in the very early phases. They have not started briefing or anything like that. So it's really kind of a status quo update. I'm happy to take any questions, process points, anything like that, or can jump into executive session. I can give you a little bit further update on some of the settlement conversations.
Okay, is there any questions to ask of Matt in an open session? I'm not seeing any. So I'm going to ask for a motion to go into executive session where we have three things to discuss. We have the continuing discussion with Matt on these litigation matters. We will have a cybersecurity update by Drew, and then we'll have further discussion on broadband. The first part of this, we would ask Kohler to not participate in, but then we need to make sure all directors are available for the last two parts. So with that said, may I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved. This is Tim.
Tim has made a motion to go in. Who's going to
John Lee
second that?
seconds.
And John Lee has seconded that. Is there any discussion about going into this executive session? All those in favor of going into executive session, please unmute and say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? And any who abstain? All right, we're going to be in executive session with these three items to discuss. It's probably going to take around an hour and a half, I would make a guess, for those attendees who are still here. So please make sure and come check back. Who's going to be responsible for letting Kohler know when it's time for him to come back in? Jessica's waving her hand.
I'm happy to do that.
All right. And so Kohler, we will bid you adieu for a bit. I don't think it'll be long because it sounds like Matt's already prefaced us on there not being much there. So at this time, let's please exit this open session and then start up your session in with the executive link, which hope we all have. I'll see you on the other side in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, let's start coming back online. Turn on your video. Let's see who's there. We have 5 attendees now. A couple other people have come on. Welcome. Tim, just to give you a warning, I think the next thing we'll try and get to is the director expense approval, since we had kind of jumped over that in the list of things to get to. So if you'll be ready. If not, we can go ahead and go on to other things. All right, let's call this meeting back to order. It looks like most directors have made the connection, although the one I was just speaking about, Tim, I'm not seeing him. unless I'm missing it. So we will go on. The next thing on the agenda was actually possible action relating to anything that came from the executive session. And I don't believe there's anything in the executive session that we need to take any action on. Can anybody correct me on that or remind me if I missed something? No. All right, we're done with that agenda item thing. I'm not seeing Tim, so let's go on to the attorney report. My notes show that that's on page 84 of the board packet. So let's jump out there and let's see. Nope, it's changed from where I had what my stuff was. Does anybody have the page number for the attorney report?
62.
62. Okay, Graham, would you go ahead?
Yes, thank you. So if everybody take a look at the attorney report, you'll notice that I've done things a little differently this month. In reviewing past attorney reports before I took over the dual role as the board attorney, and the board relied on outside counsel who would, of course, submit a bill and have the report correspond to the work that they did in the bill that they provided. Unlike an outside attorney, I'm here all day, every day, working on all kinds of projects, many for staff. I often work with answer human resources related questions, employment law related questions. Dan Harms and I talk an awful lot about what the regulations and law are around different power supply options and issues like that. And then I also do a lot of work for the board as well. I just recently reviewed the contract with the facilitator for the board's retreat, things of that nature. So I'm happy to keep this in the direction that it had been if the board wanted, but I thought that this would be good. We get a lot of good questions during the board meetings and in between board meetings that I need to sort of address quickly. And then I think, the board might be more satisfied with some deeper, more analyzed answers. And so that's what I provided this month are some questions that came up at the February meeting and tried to give a more detailed analysis that has citations to law and my basis. That was what I was hoping would be beneficial for the board, both at this meeting and going forward. This would go into sort of our attorney memo repository where the board could look back at these questions if they needed to for future reference. So
okay,
I'm interested in everybody's feedback on this format.
Unless, I would miss if there's something of interest that you did during the month, even if it was related to staff, you thought you wanted to inform us on. I hope you'll continue to add that to the report. It's certainly good that you answer some of the questions in here that can be put in a repository. Sometimes if they're just general questions, it might be hard to find them in a past repository. Or some of the past board memos we put in there have been on specific items that hopefully will be headed in some way that we can find them. That would be the only concern I have about general questions and answers. So that, again, to reiterate my thought is, if you've done something interesting in routine regular business that you want to tell us about, this is still a good forum for you to do that. So don't drop that. Are there any other questions for Graham on his report this month, where he's answered a few questions, particularly about the franchise agreement and about bylaw amendment processes? Tim, go ahead.
So you mentioned, Graham, that you wanted to keep this format going forward. So are you suggesting that sort of previous format of itemizing or highlighting for the board what the activity had been in the past month would be eliminated?
No, I'm willing to make this be as useful as a document to the board as the board would like. And I think, if a hybrid document would be valuable to the board, I'm happy to do that. I just am trying to, the idea is that a lot of what I do winds up being presented, earlier in the dashboard as a support level for staff and their ongoing presentations there. And I don't want to be duplicative of that. And I also, but I'm happy to sort of identify specific things that I'm working on, like, my participation in review of pending legislation, things of that nature, the contract review. I'm trying to make this as valuable of a report to the board as the members would like. So I'm very flexible on how and what information you would like and how you would like it presented.
Okay, so you're soliciting that input at this point, right?
Yes.
So just from my perspective, some summary of that activity has been very helpful to me. I'm thinking obviously of the reports that Shay provided. Sometimes maybe they were more lengthy than necessary, but that summarization, especially as relates to board issues, litigation, legislation, like you said, those kind of things, I found that valuable and sometimes prompted query or understanding that I would not have otherwise got. From the standpoint of what you're doing in terms of staff, she generally put down, I worked with staff on some things, if they needed some brief highlighting, she would. I'm not asking to duplicate that necessarily. So I don't know if that's helpful or not, but that's just my input.
Okay, Sue, go ahead.
Thank you. I agree with Tim. I'd like to see more, and probably Brent as well. I really appreciated the reports that Shay gave us in regards to what all she was doing on behalf of both the directors and in working with staff. Not that you necessarily have to go over it all in the meeting, but if it's in writing, then we can review it and ask questions. I think it just helps keep us a little better informed, and it kind of helps the board know about how many hours you're really putting in for board stuff versus staff stuff, and does the board need an attorney of our own in the future? So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Thank you. I like this format better than the last format. I would like to err more on the side of less of your operational information. Just again, trying to keep you as the co-op lawyer separate from you as the board of directors lawyer. You have to report all that information to Jessica. She's your boss. I'm good with that. But I'm a little torn because it is kind of, we do sometimes get a little peek into it. So I usually am the person that's saying, yeah, I'm all about that separation of operations versus board. And yet I would like a little bit of insight. So that's my input, as confusing as it may be.
If I may offer, Kirsten, I think that's a great point, though. What we've tried to do, and what I think Graham is trying to tell the board, is that the operational items that he would report on are already in the dashboard. So he is supporting a majority of those items that we've listed in the operations. And we just felt when he was writing up his summary, it was very duplicative because it was the same thing. Now, what Shay did is she did not write all those operational issues. She would only write in the reports items that were legal involvement with us or policy issues. And so if we do have any legal issues like the tree trimming issue and so forth, those would be written in Graham's notes. So in Graham trying to do this, he thought, well, what can I provide more substance and information to the board? And a lot of you all have legal questions that we can't get to during the board meeting. So he thought it would be a great opportunity to expound on those in that memo. But if there were legal issues that bordered the line with operations, he would be adding those to the memo.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Graham, if it's helpful sending out a poll or something. I don't know if these like one-offs are helpful to you. I'll give my one off really quick in case this is actually what you're looking for. Yeah, I like the legal updates, kind of functional pieces. I found the legal stuff really interesting, but also I was like, man, how much time do you have to spend to chase down these statutes? And whenever you tell me, in a meeting, like this is based on statute X, Y, and Z, I just believe you because that's your job and I trust you. So I don't need to see it written up, but thank you.
But if it's to be a document, in a sense, answering a specific question and to be stored away for the future, then him providing the references is probably really useful. If it's in a part where he's just sketching some of the interesting items that he's worked on, it wouldn't be necessary. So we're looking for a balance is the way I'm hearing things. Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
So if we have, questions between meetings, Jessica, should we submit those to you and then you'll pass them on to Graham, or?
Yeah, I think that's really worked well. For example, Tim had some questions that were great to have before the board meeting. Kirsten is often sending questions to us prior to the board meeting. We like that so that we can try to answer it and give you guys some good answers before. So yeah, that would work well.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead. Oh, there's a hand.
All right.
All right, is there anything? I know, Graham, we've kind of been around a little bit, but I've kind of heard, I thought, sort of a consensus that yes, the answering of questions and the preparation of memos is important, but be cautious in the memos that are going to be filed away, that they might want to just be on a particular subject so they can be found again. But on the other hand, the monthly reports, it's also placed to answer those, but if there's specific things or a few items that wouldn't necessarily be in the dashboard or that you want to even point out a second time so they wouldn't be missed because they're interesting to the board, put those in. So we'd like you to continue with a short version of the internal report.
Certainly, no, and that makes a lot of sense. And just to sort of, yeah, I've kind of touched on some highlights of some of the board type things that I've been involved in. Have been a lot of work on some pending legislation. There's wildland fire legislation. There's cooperative governance legislation. There's cooperative transmission legislation. There's a lot going on right now with that, with the legislative session. There is obviously sort of working on this contract with the facilitator that took a decent amount of work. It was a nice little contract that they put together for us, but I think it really needed to make sure that we had a lot of confidentiality provisions in that because of the nature of the subject matter that we were going to talk about with power supply and things like that. And that there's a lot of that all the way down to some working on with the foreclosure attorney on an Archuleta County foreclosure where it turns out that our easement is subordinate to the deed of trust. And so got to explain to them why it's in the best interest of the bank to still have electricity to the property once the bank repossesses it. And I don't know, bank is not as good of a listener as I would have thought it would have been. So
yeah, actually Shay used to inform us of that pretty frequently. It drove her nuts too. Okay, well, it's a good discussion on this. Tim, I'm going to cue you up next if you're ready on the expense report. If you're not, we can go on to something else while you pull that together. Tim, how about it?
Yeah, I'm ready, Brent.
Okay, let's go on then to that item and get that director expense approval. Tim, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. It's pretty straightforward this month. So we're all attending this board meeting. I believe there may be a question on Dan as to whether that's a half day or not. So I'll work with Janelle in finance to verify his time here. So that would be for his per diem actually. And then the roundup board meeting, both Director Skian and Lewandowski, half day CREA board meeting, Director Metzler, half day, Broadband Committee, Wheeler, Skian, and Metzler, each a half day. Then in terms of discretionary spending, there was Director Metzler was this NRECA. Actually, I had a question, Holly, I realized. That annual business meeting, you were appointed, weren't you, for that and the CREA annual meeting as our delegate for both those?
Yes, sir.
So those are both actually mandatory, not discretionary. But in any event, the NRECA was a half day, and then the CREA annual meeting was a full day. So that's it. That's all we have at this point.
Okay. Unless Tim's missed anything that anybody can think of right now, is there anybody got anything else? All right, then I'm looking for a motion to approve this month's director expenses.
So move, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. And a second?
Rachel seconds.
Rachel seconds. Okay, is there any further discussion on the director expenses?
I just want to acknowledge the work of Janelle and Monica Rodriguez, who helped pull together a report for you that makes it a lot easier these days.
Yes, that is very nice. Great. Carl, thumbs up. Yes. Okay, all those in favor of approving this month's director expenses, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed or any abstentions? Okay, they passed unanimously. Now we're going on to director reports. There's a few things here and a few things that I've added to the list because I saw that there and my page numbers are all wrong now. But as we've done before, we've oftentimes just asked for directors to highlight things they're interested in. But just to be a little more organized, I'm going to jump through them point by point. First is the Roundup Foundation. Joe, is there anything you want to point out about that? If you don't have to say anything, you don't have to bore us, but is there anything you want to point out? Let us know now, and then I'll ask for questions.
Yeah, I had a request from Kohler and I think Dan to present the balance sheet. And then Dan asked for, what I think where Kohler asked for, who we've been giving money to. So those are the last 2 years of grants on both education and the Roundup side.
Okay, and I'm seeing that at around page 69. There's an organization charity applications. It's that sort of information that you're talking about. And I see a balance sheet. It starts on page 64 of my sheet. Yeah, there's a lot of good information there. I appreciate that. Tells who has and hasn't got stuff. That's in the board packet. That's something that you could do, I don't know, probably twice a year, maybe something like that, even once a year. I don't know. Just keep it in mind that it might be routine to add it to the board packet once in a while on a regular basis that you could establish. Questions? Kohler, go ahead.
Yeah, Joe, I just want to thank you for putting in those financials, the balance sheet and the P&L statement. I find them very helpful, and I would like to see them on a monthly basis. The other list, I don't need to see, but every once in a while. Thank you for putting that in.
Yeah, that's easy enough to do. So.
That's just what I was going to ask. Joe, you're provided, or whoever's on our Roundup board is provided with that on a monthly basis? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so that could be added without a problem. All right, other questions on Roundup? All right, Tri-State, Kohler, do you have anything you'd like to point out? And one of it would be the page number of where your report starts.
Okay, well, when I came back into the executive session, Holly was talking about some statements that Dwayne made as far as the cost for this weather, how it affected Tri-State. And I included in our drive, there is a presentation, and it is called the Severe Cold Weather Event. And I would suggest that everybody take a look at that. There's a lot of lessons to be learned in that presentation. And what Tri-State did is they went over the Texas situation a little bit, but they also talked about SPP, so the Southwest Power Pool. Their whole footprint, all 14 states that they operate in, were affected by that storm, 100%. And then Tri-State was also affected. And that presentation will tell you about it. And one of the things that I heard Holly talking about was the cost of that. And there's a page in that presentation that gives you why that cost was on there. And for instance, over half of that amount was for natural gas. but it talks about some of the events there, gives you some of the timelines. I can tell you that the Tri-State Board is extremely interested in this. And there are lessons to be learned. You know, you've heard different things, wind failed, coal failed, this failed. One of the things that I got out from Tri-State is they have some really strong reliability and some resilience. And that kind of came out with some of this that you'll see. I mean, Tri-State's looking at a cost of between $7 and $10 million. The Colorado Springs itself was $144 million, and PSCO was $650 million. And so I think Tri-State did a really good job on that. So I would suggest you look that over. I think that's important.
Kohler, is that just the 2-page one, or is there something more?
No, it's probably, I guess it's probably 70 pages. It's a long presentation.
Okay.
Hopefully it got downloaded.
Oh, that's in the normal monthly Tri-State?
It's in the drive. It's in our drive under Tri-State for this month. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I know where to find it then. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and look at it because it's fascinating. And like I said, there's lessons to be learned on that, on how things happen. Normally in my report, I put the board report. That usually comes out about a week and a half after our board meeting. I have not received that yet. So as soon as I get that, I will share it with you via email and send it to Janelle as well to put it in the board documents. So that's pretty much the highlight. I'm open for questions. I think one other thing I might mention was policy 125. This policy is about the contract termination payment, the CTP. The policy was introduced to the Tri-State Board last month with hoping of approval for this month. We got to look at it. We got to ask a few questions. Then it was presented to the managers group, the other co-ops. And between that time and then our board meeting last month, they got more responses on that than they have on anything else for quite some time. So it was a pretty active policy that people had interest in. The comments that I saw there was nothing that was really positive. They wanted some changes made. So when the policy was presented to the board last week, they made 4 changes to the policy that they presented last month. And those 4 were the initial cost that you had to put down a deposit of $100,000 was changed to $75,000. And they capped it. So beforehand, they didn't have any kind of cap. The expenses could go as high as they could. Now they put in a cap of $200,000. They had a 5-year notice period, and they switched that to 3-year notice period. And then they also had in there that it would start on January 2022. And they changed that to start 60 days after FERC approval. Then during discussion at the meeting, one of the amendments that came up is the way the policy is written is that once you get your CTP, you've gone through this exercise, it has to get FERC approval. But then it comes back to the Tri-State Board, and the Tri-State Board has to approve it, or they cannot approve it. And they give a couple little things that they would use for guidelines. And so there was an amendment made that passed, and that is that if the Tri-State Board at that point in time said, no, we will not go forward with this CTP, that whatever expenses were paid to Tri-State for this calculation would be refunded to the co-op. So I thought I'd pass that on to you because it was a pretty active issue with discussions. So I'm open for questions if anybody has.
Right, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got 2 questions for you, Kohler. First, I was surprised to see that Mr. Hiley has COVID. Is he okay?
He is okay. He did have COVID. He had a hard time speaking. He didn't speak much at the meeting. A cough was pretty bad. He said I guess what he said, it was kind of like a mild flu. He was in his isolation. Yes.
Okay. I don't want to out his age, but we are of similar age, so I'm interested in that. And my second question is about policy 125, the contract termination payment. Was there any discussion of any work that might be going on with FERC on this? Because doesn't the whole process have to be approved by FERC? Did you guys get any updates on that?
Yeah, yes, and there was discussion. One of the questions is, why are we trying to pass this now? Because we don't even know if the CTP formula we put into FERC has been passed. And the staff's answer to that was, what we want to try to do is get all of this in front of FERC in the package. So FERC has the CTP case in front of it. Now they will have this policy in front of it. So, because it was passed by the board. And if there are still issues, which there are, then now they can be presented to FERC saying, wait, this policy isn't working right at this point or this point. But yes, they're hoping that FERC will combine it with the other parts of the case. Does that answer your question?
Mostly, I'm trying to understand what the board is told about what's happening at FERC, because I guess I can read it in probably in some of the detailed things as far as where we are with FERC, where Tri-State is with FERC. I think you mostly had it. I'm good. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Okay. Anything else for Kohler regarding Tri-State? Okay. The next would be Fast Track, but Fast Track hasn't even met this month. Is there anybody who wants to say anything about Fast Track? Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, they met this month, but it's today, and so I'm not there. Therefore, I can't get you a report. Don't
you have two computers and one at each meeting?
I do, but I only have opportunity for one Zoom account, I think. But I don't know. I was thinking about that, but I didn't think it would be wise to split my resources. So, and my attention. I have such a low attention span anyway. So, I did want to mention that one of the members of Fast Track Board, who was the Empire electric representative, passed away between the last board meeting and this one. Therefore, I think I should just at least inform, and we should provide some condolence if possible. And Empire will, I guess, name a new representative at some point. Bill Bauer was the name of the representative. So that's unfortunate. That's all I have.
Thank you, Tim. And I just wanted to let folks know I did call Josh at Empire to give our condolences, and he said he would give us a link to contribute to the family once they had it. I haven't seen anything. So thanks for giving us a heads up on that, Tim.
Great. Thank you, Jessica.
All right. Holly, we've got CREA up next.
All right, let me get up to there. But Kohler, I wanted to tell you thank you for your Tri-State report, because that was an extensive one. I appreciate it. Let's see. I had a couple of reports. Are we doing CREA first? I can't really, I don't really have anything right now at this point in time I would like to bring forth about the CREA board meeting. It's pretty close to the same thing that we discussed in the annual meeting. Let's see, I'm still getting up to there. I apologize, because I am the reason why the board packet got out of whack, because unfortunately I didn't, somewhere in the communication lines, that report didn't get to Janelle earlier in the week. So it could have been on my end. I'll take responsibility. The annual meeting went pretty well for having 117 people in a virtual meeting. There was apparently quite a bit of feedback about their speaker that they had opening the meeting. He had some really great points. Mr. Singer's comments about the variety of comments on that was that everybody has different viewpoints. So that's what I will say about that right now.
Hang on there just a minute, Holly. Who else can just hold their hand up real quick who watched Scott Tinker's presentation from this board? Okay, some watched a little bit, not everybody. All right. I thought he had good charts, a lot of information about international power. The part that I thought was unusual in his presentation is that he didn't try to make any points that I could figure out. You had to read between the lines to try and say, normally a presentation is giving sometimes just pure information, but sometimes to make a point. The point that and I'll ask you, Holly, the point I got from him is that China and India are so big and they have such a large imprint on CO2 in the world that we should just give up and do nothing.
In my personal opinion, it was a very biased presentation. His background, I believe, is in fossil fuels and geology. And that's just my personal take on that. I don't know. Does anybody else have any other comments that they want to specifically bring up about this one?
Okay, not seeing anybody, probably enough said then. All right, go on, Holly.
That presentation should be available. I did ask specifically in regard to that presentation, and it should be available. So once I see a link, I'll be happy to forward it to you all. I just forgot my other viewpoint that I wanted to bring up about this.
I confused you, no doubt.
Nah, it's okay. Oh, yes, it was interesting because we had to submit our questions and they went to staff. And I submitted a lengthy question, and it was just interesting to see how it was framed by the director of CREA when he asked the question of the expert, Dr. Tinker. I would be happy to send that text of what I sent to him, but that was something to note. I still am kind of finding and feeling my way through CREA, and I'm learning a lot every single meeting and exposure to this. Can I go ahead and talk about the NRECA annual meeting as well?
Yes, jump. Oh, we got one hand up right now. Rachel, let's see if it's something related to CREA before you go on. So Rachel, go ahead.
Thank you.
I was just going to comment on a couple pieces of legislation that are pending, so I can hold off to the end.
Okay, go on with NRECA's annual meeting.
Okay, great. There was 543 voting delegates on a virtual meeting, and I think considering that, it went very, very smoothly. I have to say that when I first started into this process, I was like in shock. What did I sign up for? But once I started breaking it down and I got some good advice from Director McWilliams and Director Skehan, I do appreciate that. It didn't turn out as tough as I was originally imagining. However, there's a lot of interest that's starting to build in maybe working to affect some of this in our ECA resolution process, and that will start really, really soon. It has to go through, we have to discuss it on this level. It goes to CREA, and then it goes to regional, then it goes to the national level. So if anybody is interested in that white paper, I did send it out today to kind of outline how that process goes if anybody else is interested. I guess that's all I really have. Does anybody else have any questions?
We actually got serious a couple of times in my 9 years on the board to try and affect the NRECA process. I think Bob Lynch was involved in one of those, and he might want to speak more about that. I know Jeff Berman made a great effort at one time to make some changes. And I know we've generally been significantly and seriously outvoted on any changes we've done, and we're kind of discouraged about it. It's great to try and make an effect there once in a while and see what happens. Bob, do you have anything to say about your past experience?
Yeah, Britt, I would say, like, I think the last time I went, we were actually able to get a group of people to develop a new resolution trying to push some of the ideas that we are all about. And that was kind of in a way, kind of a last minute effort that was somewhat successful, but small victories along the way. But that was about building coalitions right at the convention itself. I think what Holly just referenced is that the bigger game is, if you want to play that game, is starting early, because they have a resolutions committee that I think meets in June and decides what to put on the agenda for the next year. So if Holly has the energy for that, then I think we've done things at the committee, at the convention that have been incremental and at least moving the needle on the ideas that are in front of the group. But if you want to get something new in front of people, that's a resolution, which, resolutions are all about setting the agenda for what NRECA's lobbyists are going to work toward. So that's why it's beneficial. And I think Holly's maybe in a good spot to start to work that now, so that you're giving input to that committee as they meet in June that formulates what's going to actually be on the agenda the next year. So someone on our team here has to drive it and start early. And that's my thought. And I think sounds like Holly's maybe got the mojo for that. So go for it.
Thank you. I'm definitely rolling it around in my head a little, but oof, signing up for another thing.
Yeah. Sue, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just going to say, I used to be on the NRECA resolution committee, and Bob is absolutely right. I mean, you can do it at the committee meeting itself while you're there those few days. But if you start beforehand and really work on it and get a homegrown group together with other support from other co-ops, then you're a lot more ahead of the game. But we are in a region that is quite conservative. So as Bob was alluding to also, sometimes it's really hard to get past, but it can be done. I've witnessed it as I was on the committee myself.
Yeah, and without saying too much, because some of it was related to an earlier discussion with John Witchell, brought up a point of, getting 20 co-ops versus 4 co-ops support on things. So, I do honestly think there's some momentum building, and to your point, Sue. So thank you for that. So if anybody is interested in, broaching this subject, maybe we can parlay some of the task or duty. Thank you.
All right, Rachel, go ahead.
I was just gonna bring up State House Bill 21-1131. That was it's the governance requirements for cooperative electric associations. And it's, I don't know, sounds like a good thought. I guess the one thing I would say is I know there's a chance to jump in and get involved. Like today, you could have testified if we weren't in an LPEA board meeting about why you did not support this. But this is, I think one of the interesting things about this is it's a lot more transparency. Like Tri-State could no longer make decisions in executive session. They'd have to operate like we do. But the one question I have is it changes the fiduciary responsibilities of distribution board members as well. Does anyone know more beta on what that's about, more detail?
Graham, I'll look to you to see if you've had an opportunity to look into that. Particularly about the fiduciary duty part.
We've spent an awful lot of time on this. That particular provision has been redrafted at least a half a dozen times that I can think of. And I don't know that we're particularly satisfied with where it is right now, but it is, I think, better than a lot of other options that we could have. At the draft right before it, we liked a little better because it was one directional. It was basically that a distribution co-op director would not have to prioritize their fiduciary duty to the G&T co-op. Of course, Tri-State snipped that out right away and leveled that. Jessica and to a lesser degree me as communicating with the House sponsor on this bill on a really regular basis. She listens to us. She has taken a lot of our direct feedback and incorporated it into the bill, such as you can. But there are a lot of powerful lobbies on the other side of our position too.
Yeah, it just gives some more, because Holly is our CREA representative and this bill is being run through CREA. We've been working with Holly on this and CREA and the other managers, and we did testify today in a letter. And so did CREA, and they asked other CEOs to testify and support. So Tri-State supports, CREA supporting, and obviously we submitted our support as well because the sponsor was asking for us to engage.
Awesome. And I guess that's wonderful to know. And those are the kinds of things, I mean, legislative season's pretty short here, yeah? So just any kind of quick bullet point snippets of, I know we're getting what CRA is doing and what TSGT is doing. And I'd at least be really curious to know what specific bills LPEA is tracking or involved with, because then I might actually pay a lot more attention.
Yeah, and I would suggest those are in the CREA, what Holly is putting together. It's always in her report. Those are the bills that we're tracking.
Okay, so you only work on CRA and you work on all of those that are being highlighted in the CRA
The way
report.
CREA runs theirs, and this is what I'm learning, is they have usually some priority legislation. So you'll see that in my report that those are the priority things that they're working on. So right now it's governance, and the governance bill that you're talking about, wildfire, and RTO. And then after that, they have a big selection that they're just kind of monitoring and keeping an eye on to see how they're evolving, because at this point in time, they're still evolving. And something that was really interesting to me yesterday at the annual meeting is Kent Singer said something to the effect that some of that language in the governance bill has been nailed down as of the day before, but I have personally not seen it. And that's something that I've run into a couple of times, is I'm not getting all of those. Like, for instance, in the last board meeting, Jenny Bushek from United Power was talking about the language that she was, generally in agreement that CREA and Tri-State had been talking about. And I found out later, I asked, I said, well, where was that? Because I have not seen it. And Kent Singer said, oh, well, I just got it to the managers the day before, and he tried putting it in a chat box. So I'm having an issue with things going in chat boxes that are, proposed language amendments that, it's just kind of the dynamic is really kind of interesting. And like I said, I'm really learning a whole lot. And that has been something that has gone back and forth between staff and the representative that's presenting it. And you're right, it is today in hearing. Yeah, I'm learning a lot. I can say that.
Tim, go ahead.
Thanks, Holly. Yeah, it's drinking from a fire hose, it sounds like. So I was just curious about what is the process at CREA for them to say support, oppose, or be neutral on a bill? What is that? Is that a board vote? Is it staff? What is that process, please?
This is going to sound crazy, but some of this was being worked out before I even came on to this board. I believe what is happening, and I could be wrong, but I believe what is happening is the staff is putting forth, and the wildfire bill has been in process. They wrote a white paper like last spring about this, that they're building this legislation around. So it's taking, a period of time to develop it. So then, a motion will be put forth, do we want to support this? And then it goes back and forth just like we do. Do we want to amend it? And sometimes we amend it like we did on some of the things today several times. So what else do you need from me on that particular subject?
Well, verification that the CREA members actually vote on whether or not CREA takes a position on a bill.
Yes.
They do, yes. That's what I thought. But of course, the bills then can be changed and amended so that what they choose to support can be changed so much by the time it gets done. But anyhow, you only have meetings once a month, so you have to make a decision at that point.
And it comes through a committee. So they do have a legislative committee that's kind of going through, and I would say prioritizing them to some degree. That's been my experience.
Okay.
Is that a simple majority vote of the CREA board?
Yes.
Yeah, and I would just echo Holly's frustration, because I have the same frustration in that we oftentimes hear last minute when there's a change in language. So for example, on the governance bill, they kept tinkering with the fiduciary responsibility section, but they were only listening and getting input from Tri-State, and then they would send us after the fact what they sent the legislator. So we'd have to circle back and correct it because it was still wrong and it wasn't clear. So it's been a very eye-opening, frustrating process, as Holly stated.
And our previous CREA rep used to also complain about the fact that it seemed much of the legislation was dominated by CREA's largest member.
Well, to give you an instance of it, there was at least 3, maybe 4 different tri-state reps speaking on that governance bill at the last meeting, whereas only one of them are on the board of directors. So I thought that was a little bit telling too, because that fiduciary is a big issue for them.
Yeah, okay. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out. All right, probably enough on CRA and that for the moment. There's just a couple other reports that were in there. The Western United and the Colorado Electric Educational Institute were 2 other reports. That's be Holly and Kohler. Would either of you like to comment on those?
I'll do Western United real quickly. It was the annual membership meeting. It went really well. Let me see, get back to my report. I have to say that everything that I'm witnessing with Western United, it seems like they're a really good, solid company. It looks like they run everything pretty cleanly, and they have some of the issues that are coming down the pipeline potentially is they've been making sure to have plenty of inventory on hand to be able to fulfill all the members' needs as far as equipment going forward, because some of the lead times that they're seeing on products are, you know, going up 4, 6 times, sometimes over a year. Like it's starting to border on a year to be able to get some transformers and reclosers. So their strategy has been to have a decent stockpile in the hole to be able to meet the needs of the member owners. And in some instances, they've had to close down selling to people who are not members. Let's see what else would I say on that. The indicators, all the financials, they had record sales, they've had record margins. That's all in my report, but things are looking really good right now at Western United. Another thing that I thought was interesting is this year they paid out their 2012 and their 2013 patronage capital in full and part of their 20% of their 2020 patronage capital. They're currently on a 7-year rotation. They're expanding into St. George, Utah. It looks like it's a very highly underserved market. So that looks like that's going to be a good business decision at this point in time. That facility, they broke ground just within the last couple of weeks, and they should have it done by the fall. The cable cutting operation is still not working so hot yet. So they're still working with the manufacturer to get the piece to get it in operation. So in the meantime, they're going to bring in a mobile unit so that they can get the cable cutting operation off the ground and in the meantime.
Okay.
I guess that's all that I can think of right now.
And finally is the CEEI that Kohler attended, I think, for the first time. Is there anything more to say on that? The report is on page 88. Kohler, unmute. Kohler, unmute.
So it wasn't the first time I attended it. I've been on it for a couple of years.
All right.
A couple highlights is that the leadership camp and the youth tour have been canceled for this year due to you just can't get commitments on account of COVID. Transportation, everything is just out of whack. So they're going to do some scholarships and maybe some other alternative projects that do this year. Also, the international project, what happened last year is that was canceled, and they took the money that they usually put towards that and put it towards that wildfire relief fund. And that was $50,000. Tri-State matched it with $50,000. Then a couple other co-ops pitched in some money as well. So there turned out to be $125,000 that was distributed out to Holy Cross, Pewter Valley, and also Mountain Parks. And it was really well accepted because they had a couple of employees, co-op employees that lost their homes, and they got a big chunk of that money. And the fire departments in some of these small rural areas really needed help to help them out with those wildfires. when you talked about the international project for this year, I did mention that, you know, there's some pushback that there are some people who would like to see us do a project more local instead of international. And it was brought up that Jack Turner a few years ago brought it up and wanted to do a project on the Navajo Nation. And they actually approached the Navajo Nation, and the Navajo Nation said they didn't want the project. And so what they're going to do is take it into consideration and see if there's other interest in doing something local instead of doing it international. The other people on the board there were pretty much in favor of the international. They said it was a big, huge employee morale pickup for linemen that participated. So that's kind of the highlights.
I appreciate you taking on that feedback about doing something to some local ones, but I understand that could be an important part of it is the linemen getting an opportunity. Perhaps they drive through the reservation regularly, and so going to work there wouldn't be as interesting as going somewhere like Guatemala. However, it's always one thing that's kind of struck me as maybe, well, you get the point. I'm glad you brought it up. Okay, a couple more questions. We're getting toward the end. Holly, go ahead.
Even as I was discussing that governance bill a little, there was some information come through from CREA, so I just forwarded that to you for your perusal enjoyment. I cannot tell you what it says because I have not read it yet. But one other thing on that, which is kind of interesting, at lunchtime, my mom came running over because she lives nearby and she wanted to know about whether she should call her senators on that governance bill as well. So there are grassroots work being done on that as of note.
Okay, Kirsten.
Kohler, thank you so much for bringing up the Navajo Nation. And it's interesting to hear that the Navajo Nation said they didn't need help, but you need to honor that. A lot of times, you know, we try to give people stuff that they don't need, and so you end up with a toilet being used as a throne. I mean, there's so many stories of good intentioned people doing stuff for people that they didn't want it, and so it doesn't do any good. So I think we should ask them again, but I really appreciate you asking.
All right. That brings us to the end of the agenda. Now we can take a minute or two if there is anything else, any other discussion in general. No, it doesn't look like it. Next month's board meeting will be back to our regular third Wednesday. It will still be a Zoom meeting, which we will continue to have until we go into some other code color from San Juan Basin Health. Anything else? Okay, well, a good meeting. I think we're finished. So at this time at 3:48, I am adjourning this meeting. We will stay in touch and I'll see you next month. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Be safe and productive. Bye-bye.
Everyone.